We're doing Zenless. Today, there's new shit, 1.6. I have been advised by Reddit that I actually want to do Anby's character story first, and then do the main quest, because I guess at least partway through it, it makes sense if you've done this first.
I just got back from Waterfall Soup.
What happened? Did something come up with General Chop?
No, nothing really. It might not even be a big deal. It's just... General Chop mentioned that Soldier 11 hasn't come to eat noodles at the shop for some time now. We haven't heard from her for a while either.
I like that we're getting some resolution on the threads with her now. Like, it's not like it was exactly a secret, it's pretty obvious, but it's kind of satisfying nonetheless.
Maybe she's been busy with something lately. You know, like a mission.
On a mission? But even then, she'd still try to reply to messages from you. That's what she did before. This is starting to worry me now. Oh, if only her squad mates were with her.
I haven't quite figured out Trigger yet. In the events they have going on right now, I've gotten a chance to play as her a little. She's like a stun character, or whatever the little hammer fucking is supposed to be. But, I don't know, she doesn't feel super... Like, it doesn't feel like she does a lot of stunning. Or days increasing. Ray's gonna be playable at some point, right? Maybe not, I don't know. She feels a little bit too NPC, but also she kind of feels important. Maybe if they give her like a facelift. I think the big advantage here is that she's ranged.
I am the Eye of Obel.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, we could do Soldier 11, except no, we can't. Who else fucking do I have for Electro?
Awaiting orders. My blade is at the ready.
Oh, well, alright, we only get one. That's easy enough then. I need to get Asaba built at some point so that I have Electro DPS. I probably am not going to pull for Anby, because they're rerunning Zuyon and I want her so I can actually fucking have an Ether DPS. And then the vampires were cool, so of course I want them. Now I can at least read up on her a bit. When the skill hit... I thought that said purple points. No, purge points. And then when the other characters hit them, that triggers Aftershock. I think that's the same as what Anby has. When Aftershock hits enemies, it increases the stun damage multiplier. So she, like, sets up... 25 out of what, though? So I guess I want to fill up her points and then have other characters attack to capitalize on that. And we see her dashing through. Incidentally, a purple dash. Dealing electric, accumulating days. Yeah, so she's like an off-field dazer, which I guess could be really good. As opposed to like Chi-Chi, for example, who has to fucking spend 10 years on the map doing her little like ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba hits. Maybe attacks from an EX special. So yeah, she does basics and specials. And then we enter coordinated support. And then they more easily activate stuff with no cooldowns.
Yeah.
Alright. I think that makes sense.
She's so kind.
Ooh, yeah, I always forget combat's fucking loud in this. That's the problem. Okay, her bar is full. That seems like when I want to switch into Yanagi. Yeah, I can see it depleting a little, I think. Not that Yanagi is the best on her own, so honestly, maybe I should have gone with the straight up DPS instead of Anomaly, but I think this will be fine. it's not like the story is hard.
Suspicious ether fluctuations over there. Adjusting for wind. The melody of combat. Time to pin them down. I'll pierce right through.
Resistance is futile.
You're in my sight.
Her bar seems like it's going down really slowly. At this point, I think I'm hitting the cooldown wall, but it's not like she depletes it super fast.
Vision activate.
I might want to pull her too. Like, there's too many characters in this. It's rare. Granted, a little bit it's because we're, you know, in the early days of the game, relatively speaking, compared to Genshin. So, like, new combinations of elements and roles are still constantly happening. But, like, Anby as an electric DPS is like the first time we're like, oh, I mean, I kind of have that already, even though I don't have him built. I don't know. DPS also seems way less valuable than Anomaly in a lot of cases. Like, Anomaly seems to do more damage, and also it's more flexible because, you know, it takes 2 to do Anomaly, right? 2 elements. So then it's kind of like you're kind of set for both of those elements to some degree.
I won't let you take her. This bullet will reach its mark. Fire support ready. Time to pin them down.
Surrender!
Show no mercy.
Such provocations don't go unanswered.
Fire support ready.
Though some of that is probably also a little bit colored by the fact that Miyabi is still, like, OP as hell.
The target's exposed. Soldier 11! No, damn it. You should have been no match for her. What did you do?
Ah, the blind sniper. So you actually can see.
Release her.
That's kind of neat.
Still have my bullets.
She's blind but has, like, cyberpunk visual implants or something.
Sniper. There's no stopping Silver's revival.
Right, yeah, this whole plot is about
Silver's revival. What did he mean?
her Silver Squad, her past Anby's. I like that apparently her little lights change with her mood, question mark. Which is very silly for her being a soldier, that you would, like, broadcast that information, but as, like, a character design thing, I feel like it's fun. Who is the light floaty voice? Vivian? Are we talking to the vamps? Oh, maybe they're just being gay? But she's ordering her, so maybe it's like a mommy thing. Maybe she's gay for mommy. It's Alex's dream. We're hunting them by burger.
Hello.
I'm very curious to see how they're gonna, like, handle
The one who contacted me.
2 versions of the same character being in the game.
Oh,
Probably it's not that interesting, and they're just gonna, like, have
I
her
was starving, so
be how she is now,
thanks for coming.
and then, like,
Long
for the story, maybe she suits up to the
coming back.
silver version sometimes.
By the way, what was your name again?
I hadn't introduced myself. I'm still unsure if I can trust you.
Oh,
It's kind of a game
Personally.
dissonance thing, but it's goofy that she's, like, way more powerful,
Especially someone from Internaut.
and then she just, like, sucks in her current version, strength-wise.
But I have to admit, you do seem kind of familiar.
Why are you
Even though
pink
I
now?
can't see your face, you somehow remind me of a friend.
What do you see then? Does she have like Daredevil vision? Is she just getting like outlines?
How much do you actually know?
I'm just as clueless as you about what's happening. But you might have heard of me. I'm Anby, the former captain of Silver Company.
So, you're...
Yeah, that's me. I'm the one who died in Soldier 11's place. So you should get why I feel responsible for her.
Would you understand if I say I'm still not completely convinced?
No worries. I've dealt with even more skeptical people before. Trust isn't gained on words alone. So how about we meet inside the hollow?
Inside the hollow?
They just have to come up with any reason for us to be in a hollow.
Showing you through my actions might be more convincing. You just need to see me in battle.
Oh, I mean, that does kind of make sense if they're gonna go show off her power. What I'm not entirely clear on yet, I think I am, but I'm not quite sure. She's not a robot, right? Like an android. She's just, you know, a very kind of like emotionally stunted clone. That was pretty quick for the first part. I assume 3 as usual, and then I believe the main quest has 4 parts. Which, that I'm not sure how many is normal. Honestly, I haven't figured out Anby exactly either. Her little Silver Soldier Anby, I mean, her like build up 3 charges mechanic isn't super clear. Although I guess we're not even being Silver Soldier Anby yet.
Let me take a good look at
2 support characters sitting in a tree. Maybe they'll kiss. I'm trying to remember how Ambi's combo works.
Roger.
I think it's light, heavy, and then she does like some extra electric on her combo. Oh my god, stop getting hit, you dinguses.
Unfortunately, the enemy is too weak. I won't be able to show you my full combat abilities.
They're gonna have to change outfits anyway, unless it's under / somehow inside your current one.
Copy. Recalibrating. You didn't strike me as the type of person who'd say something like that.
Hey!
Support in position.
Be gone!
I guess the upside is we're doing so much days they don't know what to do with it.
There's no mistaking it. You really are that Anby. A person's fighting style is a raw response in life and death situations. It can't be easily faked like a resume or some other physical token. You and Soldier 11, the way you fight and use ether, it's nearly identical. Incredible.
We're sisters. Assuming that sisters means replicas from the same blueprint, that is.
So the rumors circulating in the military about Silver Company.
What about the original then?
True?
Begs the question.
Have you heard?
Only that Silver Company no longer exists. But biologically creating soldiers in mass quantities. How could that even be possible?
From what I know, besides intelligent constructs, everyone is born biologically. Delivered by storks, so they say.
Yeah, the storks.
So Making one isn't much different from making 100.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, my jokes never really hit the mark. Sorry about that.
No, I'm the one who should be saying sorry. I was just astonished. I never thought the military had this level of technology. If they could,
On, you thought the military wouldn't do cloning?
then why would they still...
I understand. If they could use replicas as cannon fodder, then why still risk human lives? That's what you're thinking, right?
I was trying to say it in a more diplomatic way.
It's okay. I won't take offense. Not over this. They'd probably say the reason is because replicas are simply too expensive. While a Silver Company soldier could change the game, it costs nearly as much as training a top-tier general and paying their fees and pension for their family. The real cost isn't in creating the mind or body, but in replicating the subject's unique physical abilities, mental aptitude, and reflexes. And what's even more costly is that, for reasons that were not fully understood when the research was halted, these unique qualities couldn't be fully replicated in mass production. As for the inferior ones, they were deemed as disposable.
Ambi, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't. But there's always someone who does mean that. There's always someone with an agenda, trying to use us. Maybe
That kind of comes with the territory of being cloned.
I won't forgive those people. Any of them. However, the downfall itself isn't entirely a bad thing. With Silver Company gone, their evil technology was lost with it. Or so I thought. Until now.
Silver's revival. So you're saying someone has resurrected that technology? Soldier 11's abduction seems linked to this. I have to admit, your theory has some merit. But as far as I know, all the data from that time was erased. Could it be the Defense Force? Hold on. Something doesn't add up.
What are you thinking about?
If they truly wanted to secretly revive this technology, they wouldn't need to take Soldier 11 at all. I know my squad mate. All it would take is an order from up top, and she'd put herself on the operating table without a peep.
Really? So, that's how she is now.
She's the model example of a loyal soldier. Isn't that how you remember Soldier 11?
No, I never knew a Soldier 11 in the past. Only...
How could this be happening?
I'm sure she was much more, like,
I read
childish
it for
back when Anby knew her.
We once used it to battle ethereals.
What?
It's another legacy of Silver Company. Back then, we had a brilliant sister who excelled in strategy over combat. Let's handle this. The person we're after must be behind it. TWCA Type 3.
Is that the name of that formation? Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill. Time to pin them down.
Ironic of them to say that in, like, a bullet spongy game.
Fire fatality. Show no mercy. Engage.
This feels familiar. I don't like it.
Ability of combat. Not one for nostalgia? I'm starting to understand you more now. Quick shot.
Oh, you know, I never brought the volume back up after the combat before. It didn't strike me as too quiet, but I usually do. We'll try to remember. I guess if I don't, maybe it's not the worst thing ever.
You're in my sight. The target's weary. Adjusting for wind. I'll pierce right through. Target locked. Anby, what is that? Let's keep moving.
That's the old Silver Squad uniform.
I was distracted. I didn't see it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Evil one-eyed sister.
As expected of Captain, her skills, they're still as sharp as ever. Truly remarkable. I feel honored just being her defect. Silver Squad can't be without its captain. Ouch. Give me some meds, eh?
No. What's the thing? See no evil, speak no evil, and then hear no evil because Anby has headphones.
Seriously, I have fewer and fewer parts of my original body, and yet I feel more and more pain. I'm curious why that is. But you wouldn't understand such a complex.
Wait, Twiggy?
question, would you? Because you're an idiot. Enough. Stop making that miserable noise. Now, about our subject. She's still alive, right? There you are. So, they call you Soldier 11 now, right? What a hideous name. But looking at you now, you do have a pretty face. Pretty and pitiful. This face is the only thing we have left in common. Aside from that, I'm nothing like you. I've lost all my limbs. I'm no longer a complete.
I see where she maybe doesn't have legs. It looks like
And I need
she has skin on her hand, though.
Experiment. Which is why
At least the right one.
I need you.
Unless it's like she lost her limb and they just glued another limb on there instead of like a robot prosthesis.
That day. It was the day you weren't there. Captain Anby traded herself for you. Even with her incredible strength, she could only save one of us. But why did it have to be you? Why not me? Why not Twiggy? Tell me why!
Cause Twiggy's a dumb name, that's why.
Dead. Heaps and heaps of corpses crushing me. When they found me, my limbs were severely corrupted. I couldn't move. I couldn't fight back. I used to be a soldier, ready to defend this city. But that day, I was... Hey, what do you think you're doing? You startled me. All right, fine. You're just here to remind me, right? They're here to pick up today's shipment. I'll go handle it. After that, I'll come back and tell you the rest of today's story. It seems Soldier 11 is being held captive here. So what's the plan?
The plan?
Shh. Let's discuss it over there.
Yeah, the plan is just like be good.
This place is cold.
I sensed the frigid air from outside. It carries a strange scent, too.
It definitely gives her a robot-y feel when her voice is like
Don't worry. It's
fucked
dark
up, but
here,
maybe
and
that's
the
an
machines
ether
are pretty
corruption thing.
noisy. They won't detect me.
Soldier 11, wakey wakey. That's odd. I know I've taken quite a few samples from you and injected some meds, but you'll tough it out, won't you? Won't you? Do you enjoy being pampered? Because you're the youngest sister? Oh, that won't do. Get up and play with me. Good. That's my girl. Now, let's continue our story. Where was I? Ah, yes. About how some kind scavengers found me without limbs.
I guess both of her arms do have that, like, yellow band of light.
They sold me. And unfortunately, my ignorant new owner couldn't see any use for a limbless worm like me. So I was sold off again. I was treated like merchandise on the black market. Sold alongside gangster stuff and modded bamboo. That's when I realized we Silver Company soldiers weren't any different from bamboo.
Okay, flesh and blood
It's made
confirmed.
of flesh and blood. The only real distinction is we
What's
feel
up,
more
liberal?
pain.
Hi, liberal. How's it
I
going?
met her.
I'm waiting for my pizza to cook.
Wow.
Me as a trophy girl. Cut me open.
Did you get it on
operated
reductions?
on me, checking
Yes.
my internal organs by hand.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it.
Anesthesia doesn't work.
I feel like you just, every time you have a pizza, it's like, I got it on reductions.
So it hurt.
I mean, yeah, because like I'm not gonna. I think that like they're like £4 on their own
Out
now.
of the blue.
So like, fuck that. I'm not paying £4 for one pizza.
Yeah, nothing wrong with being
Now I
frugal.
think she must have noticed something.
Yeah. So instead, I pay
unusual
£1
about my
for one
body.
pizza.
She told me that
Well,
she was in the military
you love to get
doctor,
pounded, so
but
it all
was
works out.
discharged, and now
Wow.
works as a rogue doctor. She was familiar with
How you doing? I thought you maybe had the day off because you were like online a lot when I was looking.
willing to help me. So
No.
I underwent surgery.
I,
and received
what's it
mechanical
called?
prosthetics.
I spent like
Nothing
3
too
hours
fancy.
just deep
I don't
cleaning
think
the
I'll
floor
ever use them for
cleaning
combat,
machine
but
because nobody's
Let's use
taking
their
care of it
purpose.
for like a while and
we
it was just
stand
clogged
and do
with sponge.
calculations.
So
Sponge is a good word.
Lies in my memory.
yeah.
You see,
So that was my
brain is
job
the
today.
only thing that has
So
remained
like
intact.
whilst I was waiting for it to drain at the slow ass speed that it does, I was just on my phone. So
Gotcha. That would explain it.
Home and the time spent with our sisters.
Yeah, I mean, who's gonna do
As we fought
anything
alongside
if not you?
Captain, we were
Yeah.
considered the most
Well,
powerful fighting force.
manager that
I
you
remember
know
assisting
that I'm
Yeah,
not gonna name.
Stinky.
Privacy.
and using my own
No.
two
No,
hands
other the
Oh,
good
good
one.
one. Good one.
sisters into this
Yeah.
world.
She's on holiday. But before she went on holiday, she was like, "Yeah, this thing is like struggling. So when you get in on Monday, if I give you these instructions, just follow them." And I did follow them, but I also put drain cleaner inside it. So
The technology of Silver
Gotcha.
Company. Fortunately, I've remembered.
it seems to be
I've
doing as it
survived
should
and
now.
can recall our past. And now, reforming Silver Squad is my mission. Because
Oh,
this
did I
is
tell
my
you about me getting yelled at on Friday? I don't remember.
home.
I don't think so, no.
So, do you like my plan,
What'd you do?
Andy?
When did you know me?
Asked the guy for his ID.
Oh, maybe very briefly you mentioned this, but remind me / fill in details.
Raise the alarm.
TLDR, he came in, eyed up a bottle of vodka. I said, "Can I see your ID?" And he said, "I've not got it, but I'm in here all the time. Your security guard knows me." And I was like, "Well, I've never seen you before."
Come here yourself.
And he goes, "Go get your security guard, he knows me." And I'm like, "I'm not going to do that." So then he calls me a knobhead,
I've got it.
and I just give him a funny look, and then, what's it? He starts getting a bit aggressive, and he's like, oh, this fucking dickhead won't serve me. When my manager goes over, and she's like, if you're gonna talk to him like that, you can get out. And he's like, go get your guard, he knows me. So then she calls up the guard, and whilst he's on his way upstairs, he's just shit talking me from the door, and my mouth and brain didn't disconnect as they should. So I just started saying my thoughts out loud and ended up yelling across the shop, "Oh, I'm so sorry for following the law."
Yeah.
And then he started getting all big man, like, "You what? What'd you say?" And then the guard comes upstairs and kicks him out. And I'm like, "So do you know him?" And he goes, "Yeah, he just sits across the road and drinks all day on Saturday. He is a dickhead."
The idea that like just because he knows you means you're automatically exempt from like being an asshole is ridiculous. Or like exempt from the law.
He thought that because he knew the guard, he was exempt from it. But like,
right, that's what I mean.
I've never seen him before.
But that's what I mean. Like, even if he knows the guard, that doesn't fucking mean shit.
Yeah, I know.
Every fucking customer just expects like an entire shop to revolve around them.
Yeah, it's like, mate, like if I don't ID you and you end up being 14, I could get arrested and fined a large amount of money.
Yeah.
So.
Twiggy.
Anyone who ever raises a fuss about getting ID'd is just an asshole.
Yeah.
Like, what's next? Paying for products at checkout?
The only time where like I internally have the thought of like, come on, is like a lot of shops ID me for buying a Monster Energy. And I'm like, the only ID I have is my passport, so if I don't have my coat on me, I don't have my passport on me. And so I'm just like, come on, like surely you can hear and maybe see at least that I'm not 16, like come on.
You could pass for 16.
I could not pass for 16. I could probably.
How long ago was
like
it that
19?
fucking the Home Depot place was like, hey, your baby, get out of here?
6 years ago.
It's not that long.
I'm valuable.
That I was 17 6 years ago.
There's always someone who sees value in me.
Close enough, same thing.
Like you did before.
But like, the most recent that I've had is last summer, I think, like around like July or August. I was heading off to my parents and decided to grab a Monster on the way up, and the place wouldn't serve me. And I was like, come on, like, I didn't say that, but I was thinking like, oh,
yeah.
come on.
I mean, it's valid to have the feeling, but of course, not raising a stink about it is the difference between you and some asshole boomer.
True. Because the way that I think about it is the thing here where it's like, oh, you have to ID people for energy drinks. It's not even a law as far as I know. It's just something the supermarkets decided to do.
That seems odd if it's just like store policy and not an actual law. Like, why bother then?
Is that why you're doing this?
Surely as a store you'd want less fussing and more sales.
At least not one
Public image, though.
The only person I've
I guess.
is my backer.
Like with the conglomerate is Tesco. Like if they make a decision, everyone else usually follows that decision. So it's the same as like Apple decides they're going to remove fucking Bluetooth from the next iPhone. Everyone else will also remove Bluetooth.
Maybe this is like a US-UK thing, or maybe it's just my own personal feelings, but it seems odd to me that someone would see the sale of a product and not like that it's being sold to kids and be like, oh, it's the store's fault. Like, no, you'd be like, oh, it's the law's fault.
Well, I mean, the blame gets pinned on the shop workers, and then
that makes even less sense, but sure.
Yeah, but then like, so then we have shit come in to change that, and then recently they started sending out security tags for certain canned drinks. And so it's like, okay, right, do we really need to put like security tags on a fucking Monster Energy? Like, come on.
As in something so that someone can't just shoplift it?
As in like, a cap that goes over the top that stops you from shoplifting it or opening it.
Yeah, okay.
What burgers I like.
It's the drink equivalent of one of those things that stops your steering wheel from moving.
You're welcome to visit me anytime, Twiggy.
I don't know what they're called. Probably steering locks.
I'm your captain. I'll personally deliver the punishment you deserve, and then seek redemption with you together.
Captain.
We can still make things right before you make a greater mistake. Fortunately.
Don't mind if I go nonverbal. At some point, I'm just absorbing the Zenless story too.
Maybe another time.
I know. I'm cutting off my food right now, so I wasn't paying much attention anyways.
All right, I'm returning your favorite girl. Now we're even, Anby.
Twiggy?
I said we're even.
What you got planned? Well, probably not much, huh? I was gonna say, what do you have planned for the rest of the evening? But probably just yap and eat in bed.
Well, first eating my food, secondly brushing my teeth, third going to bed.
Soldier
Gotta
11,
brush your tooth.
wake up, Soldier 11! Anby, she
I've
doesn't
quite a
like
few teeth, I think you'll
me.
find.
Need to get out of this hollow ASAP.
I see.
Your two little kitty canines.
Twiggy, I'll be back. I won't just abandon you.
You sicken me. Like I said, just save the foolish talk. I can't stand to hear that kind of mush from someone who looks exactly like me.
It's not mush. And I hope you'll get used to it. Let's go, Trigger.
Hey, go contact you-know-who. Ugh, cut the crap! You think I don't realize...
What was that? Did she swear? Why did she beep?
Client directly? But look at the mess we're in. The junk she's brought won't fix
You
this.
said what? Oh god, no. I just had a moment.
Our best shot is exploiting Andy's
What?
inner weakness.
I was about to say, she said, what the Sigma, and then I reminded myself that there were some kids in the shop today that, like, I can't tell if it was ironic or not, but one of them said, what the Skibbity Sigma, and I just looked at the floor and went, oh my god, what have we done?
They would write that shit into this, though. Belle, the sister, because you can pick boy or girl for your player character, says, like, Riz and stuff.
You've been diligent, little
Oh. Don't torture me like that.
I've mentioned this to you before. They have, like, the hot mommy step on you rat girl. And then Belle's like, what is the line? Like, damn, that Thyron girl sure's got that Riz.
When hope is scarce, certain issues can only be resolved with sheer violence.
And either they said Riz a few more times or other similar lingo things, because I remember having the same feeling about it recently in, like, the last patch.
So use it carefully.
Which amuses me greatly.
I heard up to Riz, and then I disconnected so I could read on my laptop.
Just that they write in Rizzy type stuff, so if they... Skibbity maybe would be a little bit much, but I also wouldn't be, like, so shocked if somebody said Skibbity in this.
Like, I obviously I told all my co-workers right after that happened, and we're all, like, the same age. But even then, all of us just looked at each other and went, oh. So...
Here's the thing. Given that this... The vibe of this is, like, very contemporary and modern, and they have, like, a VTuber group coming up. Like, in-universe VTubers. So... It's so believable that they could have, like, one of the VTuber characters just, like, saying every brain rot thing you can possibly think of.
I can't wait for you to send it to me and be like, this is you.
Maybe, I don't know, you don't necessarily do, like, Gen Alpha brain rot, you have, like, a particular brand of silly where, like, you and Hershey have a quantum brain cell about it.
Yeah, like even then, like me and Hershey have, like, a similar sense of humor, but then if you look at our two For You pages, they are very different.
What I mean, I kind of get yours is like. Well, I mean, you showed us on the maid dress thing recently, but it's like when you press the button and it does all the sounds. That's you. What is his?
I've been worried about you, Soldier 11.
Mine is like 21st century humor.
11?
If
Is that my name?
I mean, that's
It
been gone
odd.
for a while.
My humor's advanced. Your humor is 2000 late, old man.
Soldier
No. Okay, you missed out.
Only a fool
2021,
would call
there was a
herself
meme
that.
called 21st century
I
humor.
can see you're doing much
And
better
you just
now.
weren't aware of
But
it,
I
I
won't
guess.
let you talk
I
about
made
yourself
some of the
like
big
that.
memes during that
Her
time.
memories seemed jumbled.
Literal meme lord.
Injuries
And
seemed
then
more serious than they appear.
Hershey's is
When
more
a
so
Silver
just like
Company replica is severely wounded, their memories are often the first thing to fail.
It's what?
Even me, all those years ago. There was a time when I couldn't remember anything.
He's dying.
Is that so?
I've had a sore throat all
Then
day.
what about your
Aw,
combat
I hope you're not
skills?
getting sick or
Were
anything.
they affected?
Would the
I
defense
don't
force
think I'm getting
abandon her if
sick.
she couldn't
It's just
fight
come
anymore?
out of nowhere.
Kissing too many boys.
Well, I know we
SMH.
wouldn't do that.
Oh, wait.
Proxy,
Yeah. Having
If that
one
was
more
the
mouth
case,
to
I'd
feed
probably be
won't hurt.
alright.
It's nothing compared to our monthly electricity bill.
Well, you know, that's how, like,
our little black cat
mono and
is
strep and
great.
things go around.
He's already getting bored of us.
I think you can do strep by kissing, maybe not.
Charon. Oops.
I wouldn't know.
I mean, Trigger.
Charon?
There you go, trying to be funny again. Guess that's your unique charm, manager.
POV, girl spends 2 seconds around Wise and wants to fuck
But
him.
I can promise that Obel Squad won't
Bro.
abandon her.
I see.
Do you want to fuck Wise? He's very mid compared to some of the other guys in this.
So, we're
I
confident
mean,
she'll
like, he's
bounce back.
blind, but, like, I don't care.
It seems you and Soldier
He's
11
blind?
are back, Ambi. Could
Bland.
you share more about her?
Bland.
And maybe how we can help her?
I was like, no, the girl's blind, not him.
Are you sure it won't be too much
I'm
trouble
not
for
looking
you?
at stream, so I
Don't
would have no
worry.
idea.
Nicole
Bruh.
caused a lot more trouble for us.
I mean, I'd probably fuck him,
Soldier
but
11 is
yeah,
okay,
he's just,
I see.
he's like default V-Roid avatar compared to
Out of the
the other guys in this.
warmth,
Yeah, but it's
comfort,
like,
safety and relaxation.
what's it called? Like,
Also, some familiar faces.
whenever,
as well
when
as her
I was
favorite
after that
foods.
one guy at work,
Right.
like a year and a
I should
half
get
ago,
her some burgers for an energy boost. I'll be right back. Not so fast,
fucking-
Ambi.
what's it,
Burgers
one of
aren't
my mates saw
exactly
him
Soldier 11's
and
favorite.
was like,
Oh, they're
he's
not?
kind of
What
not
does
that
she like
hot, and I
then?
was like, yeah,
It seems
but like
Trigger
a 7
already
out of
loved to get
10
it.
with like something
You'll
different
probably
about
find
them
her in your
is a
waterfall
10 in my
soup.
mind.
By the way, General Chop is concerned about Soldier 11 as well.
By the way, this is Burger Quest. They keep talking about
don't
burgers,
worry.
your favorite.
She's in good hands with us here.
Burger.
Chicken burger, at least.
Liberal burger.
Liberal burger would be like
Spicy noodles
some
from
fucking
that
soy
pizza
tofu
chef.
shit.
I couldn't see if the
No.
noodles look spicy. But
Liberal
just the
burger would
steam
have
from the chili peppers
no
alone
real
is making me
ingredients.
cry.
So what's between the buns then?
I had no idea.
Well, you
Well,
have
that's the Soldier 11 I
a
know.
£1/4 of
She would come to
pronouns.
6th Street whenever she had free
Um,
time. Maybe she feels more
Sprinkle
at home
some,
here than back in
sprinkle
the
some,
barracks. She rarely
snowflakes
talks
on
about anything
top.
other than training,
Sure, sure.
promotions. But when she did, she
Add
definitely
a
mentioned
little,
super
add a little
spicy
bit
noodles,
of,
video store owners,
add a little
the
bit of
arcade,
communism.
and cats.
Did she ever
Add some cope and
talk
seethe.
about me?
You might not
A
like
couple
the answer.
slices of
Soldier
Twitter
11 has
user.
never brought you up, but she seems
And,
fixated on a certain
uh,
betrayal. Apparently,
a couple of
someone
Guardian
very
articles on
important to her
you
that she
good.
admired greatly vanished.
And what does a Guardian article taste like?
leaving her to deal with that awful situation by herself. The person left without so
Well,
much as an explanation. In
Newspaper,
the
presumably.
military, such actions are seen as desertion.
Okay, how about communism? What does that taste like?
Such deserters are marked as KIA by detached and indifferent officers. Does any of that ring a bell?
I have nothing to say. Even
It
if she
tastes
resents
like
me.
an
She has
Asmund
the right
Gold
to do
viewer's
so.
feet.
That's pretty cold, even for me.
I don't even know who that is. I just know the name.
What's that?
If you want to mend things with Soldier 11,
He's the
don't
guy
do anything
who
like that to her.
drank
Trust
water
me.
once and
Don't.
found it repulsive because
that's
all
the
he
truth.
drinks is Dr. Pepper.
I have no excuses for
I
that.
feel like I've heard his name recently in the context of him being like
My memory when I left the army.
homophobic
Once I
or
returned,
sexist or, you know, one of the
so I asked
one of the
Uncle to check
ists.
on her. Then I learned
As
that
far as
she
I
was
could tell, it
doing
was
well,
racist. I think it was
that she had
something to do
joined
with
Obel
Israel
Squad
Palestine.
and that she's an exemplary.
Who is it Amaranth that sold the gamer bathwater?
A new captain and new
No,
comrades.
it was Belle Delphine.
So I felt her
Delphine.
troubled past in Silver Squad might only weigh her.
Well, one of them, I think I also heard something about them being homophobic. It's like, anytime I hear about some big streamer being homophobic, I'm just like, really? You have that much success, and also you just like vocally hate a certain group of people? Cool. Love that.
Yes,
Yes,
that's how they do it,
I
though.
might have.
I guess.
That's how they do it.
I mean, look at our president, so...
So
They
even
appeal
if she
to
hates me, I deserve
a
it.
But I'm not you, Ambi.
not so
That's the
well
point.
hidden
If
like,
I were in your shoes,
group of people
I
where
would
they
let
just.
Soldier 11 know she was never betrayed.
All
or
right,
abandoned.
it's very
Let her
easy to
know
appeal
her
to that type of
comrades
crowd
would
because
search
it's
the
just
ends
like
of the earth for her.
say that you're
And that
being
they'd never
oppressed
forget her.
by the woke mind virus or some shit like that, and then you win.
That's all you have to say?
Yeah, I'm really.
Yeah, I
It
guess.
must be nice to have you as a comrade.
I'm not so sure about that. But we have more pressing matters to discuss now.
The woke
What do you
mind
plan to
virus
do
is
next?
making my
I'm heading
burgers
back into the
illegal.
hollow to put an end to everything with.
In like a related thing, I don't remember the game, but some indie game that came out recently had like
I want to
a lesbian toggle,
Soldier 11.
Apologize?
which
But given the
shitty people in the player base perceived as like, oh good, I can turn off the woke.
That's the idea.
Except the main character is a lesbian, so if you turn off the woke, you can't play the game.
Best choice for my cowardly.
Oh, was
side.
that on purpose?
Seems
Yes.
like it's
It was like a
That's
gotcha.
genius.
Yeah, it was a
That's
bait.
If
genius.
there's anything I can do, just say the word.
So
They need to- they need
I
to
hope
add
lots
a
of games do
woke
that,
slot.
and I would like to do that in games I make.
Like what?
Prove
Yeah,
that you
what
can
in
take
the
good care
next
of
game
Soldier
that your
11.
company releases, you need to have a
The only
woke
way I
slider.
can hand her over to her
Actually, it would
without worrying.
to do the complete opposite of that. It would be really funny if in the aloprax dating sim there was like a
take care of her.
LGBT slider, and we turned it off. You turn it off, and then you become like so straight.
The bowl of soggy noodles for
No,
a
we're gonna have a
patient.
woke slider, and the higher up the woke slider is, the more that Hershey just appears in the background.
That just sounds like a horror game. Like he just starts appearing more and more often, and gets closer and closer and closer, and then eventually
Yeah.
it just does like fucking the Slender Man static, and game
Oh.
over.
Now, and see, eventually, he hits the front of the screen, and then you're just trapped in like a 7-hour podcast with him.
Hershey Bomb explains the Digimon TCG.
No, it's just like, well, I mean, it's woke, so it's got to be like a political run.
Hershey Bomb explains why we need more Digimon TCG in schools. Why is that still yellow?
Me when I piss.
Oh, probably because story still, yeah. Yeah, when you go and you unleash your piss in like 0.3 picoseconds.
I have a small bladder.
No, you have a high pressure that lets you piss fast. You know, because you have
piss at the same
it's-
pressure for most stores.
it's probably from the nuclear reactor inside you. It just pushes the piss out really fast and efficiently.
They actually renamed it to the liberal reactor.
You love reacting to liberals.
We just throw liberals into it, and that's what makes the power.
Sounds like you're the Tories' biggest weapon. You just feed all the liberals to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do you think the Tory party like made the UK 100% green energy?
Well, more like 50% green, 50% blue. You know, because of your homophobia.
Apologies for the intrusion. I'm Hugo. Let's just say I'm something of a collector. I've heard your video store is the most classy.
I don't remember. I assume this is the guy from Lycon's backstory. He doesn't sound that sexy.
Absolutely.
But he does also have homophobia in his eyes.
The
looks it,
ambiance
though.
here is
He's okay.
refined, elegant, but
I think they're also
Yeah,
like...
but-
people weren't satisfied with him, so they're like, sorry, we'll make him hotter.
steady beacon.
They're reworking his model a little bit.
That's my type. You know my type is like okay.
frequenting this place, including
Your type has a pulse, is blonde.
and HSO.
No, my type is like
Your
mediocre, but
achievements
there's
at
something
such a young
different.
age, truly.
So what? Mediocre plus homophobia and vampire?
You've got away with words.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly what you
Is
said.
vampire hot or not for you?
I'm being honest.
Don't care.
I do find
Bruh.
your store quite special. So, I guess the rumors about this place are
I
true.
don't see what makes it hot, but I also don't
Children
particularly
of
care.
devils.
I mean, traditionally, it is something that appeals to the female gaze. Not to say that gay guys can't also find it attractive.
Oh, I don't know why, but that
What are
like
you
repulsed
talking
me the
about?
way you said that.
I'm not following.
What, the female gaze?
Imagining it.
Yeah,
Just because of the word female?
Seem really
maybe.
nervous all
It
of
just,
a
I
sudden.
don't know. I've been like
Children
trained
of
to
Devils is an old movie
hear the
I've
word
been
female as
searching for, but
incelish.
it's so
I mean, sure, but that is
in good
the phrase. Like, you don't say
or perhaps
the girl gaze.
Did this movie remind you of something
women's
else?
eyeballs.
Sure. Vampires traditionally appeal to women's eyeballs.
You're imagining it.
I don't know why exactly. I'm trying to, like,
Worries.
form
Like I said,
connections in
this
my
movie
mind.
is rather niche. Despite the word
Some of it
devil
might
title, it's
be in, like,
really about
classic
vampires
fashion.
already.
You know, the vampire is very, like,
Fictional concept.
with the end goal of, like, draining the woman's blood. Leading up to that, there's, like, a lot of foreplay, so to speak. Like, they're very, they, like, rely on flattery, and they treat them nice, and blah, 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 blah. And then there's, like, the monster fucker element of it, which is, like, a larger thing to unpack, and I also don't know that I'm fully qualified. Because for me, it's just because I'm a freak. For women, I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing as, like, why women like a masked man. Because there's, like, mystique and allure and an air of, like, something that's not quite real in some cases, and maybe that's why monsters appeal.
How masked are we talking?
kinda
Like
look like
fully
one.
face covered or like
Yes.
just the face mask?
No, like, fully, like the guy from Genshin recently, if you remember him.
Too bad vampires
No.
don't actually exist.
But yeah, like motorcycle helmet on, full face covered.
Don't feast on human blood.
Okay,
In
I
fact,
don't
if
understand
anything,
that. I
I'm
do
never
understand
close
face mask. Because it kind of like,
back
if you
to
have
the
a
movie.
good jawline, it kind of
It's about a
accentuates it.
man
I
who
like it.
unwillingly turned
Well, there's probably some element of, like,
after years of
you know,
plotting,
people who would say,
finally
like,
kills his
underwear is
evil
sexier than being naked because it leaves a little something to the
dies in
imagination.
process.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with
So,
that.
It's a tragic story.
Wait, I don't know if he's lying and he's not a vampire, or if the vampires in this aren't true vampires.
I actually think the ending is pretty good. At least he accomplished his
I mean, can he
goal,
go outside?
and death was just the price
Yet to be
he was
determined.
willing to pay.
But also that
Just
rule might vary
just
depending
bullshit.
on.
Tape I'm looking for.
Well, I can't do that. I'm in
Grab a
cutscene
copy
mode,
of
goober.
every movie you currently have for rent.
Also, they haven't added the boy manhandling DLC to this yet.
That's very
That was a
generous
fancy
of you.
hand pose he just did.
Just
Well, he's
think of
a bit foppish.
thanks
He's
for
a fancy guy.
chatting about the movie with
A bit what
Your
now?
story is
Foppish.
like a collector's gem in itself.
That sounds like it should be a word coming out of my mouth,
Consider
not
my
yours.
payments here as
Well,
an
yes.
investment.
It is. It's like how you the Buckingham Palace crowd, like fancy rich people. Foppish is a way to describe that.
Buckingham
Your
Palace crowd is
definition
literally
of a
like 10 people.
collectible is pretty broad. Just
Hey,
as I'd expect.
but you get my point. Like royals,
Because of my
counts,
works, I happen to know some
people
of
of status in high society.
upper
You would describe that as foppish. I think.
Some even
I hope I'm using that right.
human organs.
Googling it.
Just some rumors circling around.
Concerned with one's clothes and appearance in an excessive way. Yeah, okay, so I was on the right track.
A man overly concerned with his appearance is apparently what a fop is.
No worries.
I don't know that I would have been able to tell you that it's for men, but I also wouldn't use it for a woman, so that makes sense.
Second definition. Fop like characteristic of a top in dress or manners, making an oh that's a big word. Big display of gay clothing affected in manners.
Yes, it because right, gay guys typically or stereotypically tend to be concerned with appearance and shit like that. So not like in the way you are though, like in the way where they're gonna like put on makeup and like do their nails and like dress kind of effeminately. You could also call that foppish.
I mean, I do my nails and I wouldn't say I dress effeminately, but I dress androgynously.
After all, there are
I'm not describing it well.
Holy mouth noises. What was
that? I was thinking not femboy in the way that you are, but like F-slur in the way that some gay guys are. That's also not describing it well because you're also very F-slur.
Yeah, but like I
do you get what I mean?
I could go out and wear a dress, but I won't. Type shit.
But it's not about wearing a dress. It's like the kind of gay that is very gay without being feminine, but it's also, I don't know how to describe it because it's so different in my mind. Camp. Yeah. Foppish is like very camp. If we're talking about a gay guy, that's a great way of putting it. Because I wouldn't say that you're camp at all, but you are very femme boy and very F-slur, but you're not camp.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting distinction, but it is a very clear one.
Yeah, I'm saying that it is very funny that at this point I flirt with women more than I flirt with men. So
that's news to me.
I have a lot of female co-workers.
Well, right. So are you guys just chatting shit at each other?
Yeah, like they know I'm gay, I know they're straight. It's just waffling and it's funny because it's just like haha sex.
I mean, that is part of your humor. You do enjoy the word sex, even.
It's part of your humor as well.
In a different way. Yeah, because yours is like, haha, sex, and mine is like, haha, bend over and penis jokes.
The word sex is funny though.
You're a goober.
Sex.
I was reminded as I was like, not deep diving, but like shallow diving on some like childhood edutainment games on YouTube last night. One of them, Treasure Cove, has little gloopy enemies that come out, and they're called goobies.
Goobies. Goobies is just the word boobies, but without the B and with a G.
It sure is, buddy. I mean, maybe that's why it's funny. I mostly think it's funny just because of you, not because of anything inherent to the word.
I also just think that the word boobies is funny.
Yeah, you love boobies.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, you do, just on a man.
I do not see the word boobies on men in the same way that you do.
Well, to be fair, I don't usually use the word boobies for men. I use tit.
Yeah, but even then, I'd like, if I hear the phrase man tits, I think you had 7 million pounds.
Yes, but I also usually don't hear or say man tits. I just say tits by itself in reference to a man, which is different.
I don't know if it's better or worse to say boy tits.
I feel like this is an internal struggle I have often where I, as we're talking about men, boys, guys, I say boy often, and I'm like, I sure hope that that's coming across as like not young boy, just boy as in male.
I mean, yeah, I think in the gay community it's more common to say boy instead of guy or man.
Seems arrogant.
It depends on the context. There are certain contexts where if I said boy, it would sound a bit noncy, but if I just say like boy wife, I feel like that's pretty clear. I'm just talking about a male wife.
Well, there you go. That's what I mean.
Crafty skills have caused headaches for countless people. Not to mention, you're revered in your field. Everyone knows who you are. Your true
No, I usually
identity
just
is
think
a
of
member
like
the most
either the word
infamous
pecs
band
or
of thieves
chest.
in New Eridu, Mockingbird.
Yeah, I mean, pecs is the perfectly serviceable word for it. I don't know. Tits feels like more objectifying, and I like objectifying men.
I mean, yeah, but like,
You're right.
I'd rather be
I'm with
accurate.
Mockingbird. But that doesn't.
It's not inaccurate.
Does it?
Aha! You've admitted it yourself.
It's easy to confuse, and that's enough for
I know
me.
you're joking, but it's probably unwise to validate an accusation like that.
I wonder if I know the voice actor for him, or if it's
You
just
have no idea who
tropey.
I'm Curtis Ravenlock. That's right.
Oh, Curtis Ravenlock! My heavens.
You'll face consequences for crossing me.
You're from Tops? Damn, I didn't know there were Tops.
You're an esteemed member of Tops. Why join a raffle with us regular folks?
Offense is the best defense. Seems like you've got that down.
He definitely just has that, like,
Family sponsored this event. I just joined the raffle.
I don't know, slightly menacing British, maybe he's a butler kind of voice.
You were the only one next to me when I lost my wallet. It has to be you. Just admit it.
You've got it wrong. I didn't steal your wallet. I just happened to be standing next to you.
Hugo, the vampire.
You really
I was gonna say, because
expect me to buy
Curtis
that?
doesn't sound English in any sense of the word,
Suspicious
but to
from
be
the
fair, neither does Hugo to me.
You're being too soft.
I guess not really British. It's like,
Him.
it has the vibe of British without the accent.
In any case, my wallet is missing. It had a ton
I
of
think
pennies,
the word you're
so
looking for
someone's
is
gotta
posh.
answer for that.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can help you look.
And I mean, that's
You might have
definitely an association in media, like posh equals British.
I'd have noticed.
Yeah, despite
Nice
the
attempt, but it's not very
reality.
effective. Clearly, your accusation is baseless, Mr. Raven.
I thought he was gonna say, your accusation is based.
Shows unironed creases and noticeable signs of wear. You've likely worn it for.
This is what you've done to me. You always blame me for, like, putting the cat brain rot in people when it's in fact your fault. But you just have me hearing brain rot around every corner now.
You put the brain rot in yourself. I didn't do anything. I'm
No, you gave me toxoplasmosis.
I didn't give you toxo anything.
You did. And then
No, I'm.
No, see, because it tracks. Mom and I got it because you visited us, and then everyone else got it because you visited Chicago.
To leverage your family
I
name to make a quick
don't
Denny.
think the Chicago trip was the root cause of that.
Utter nonsense.
I mean, you maybe spread it a little bit digitally, but now you've definitely infected everybody with alopraxmosis.
I don't think so.
Yes, it's just science.
Really hate it when innocent people are wrongfully accused. But it's all over now. I hope it didn't.
And maybe I could blame a little bit on Parky, because like when I hear "yeah," I think of him, not you. But like a lot of it is you.
Good thing
I
you're
don't.
here.
I mean, I don't really say
Otherwise, that guy
yo.
would have
So
kept arguing.
No, not yeah, but other things like
Didn't
based.
really do anything. You outsmarted him all on your
based
own.
is just a good word. That's been around the internet for a while.
He deserves.
Right, but until I started hanging out with you toddlers, I didn't hear that stuff.
Toddlers.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sounds fair to
If
me.
I mean, you toddle.
If I went on TikTok live right now, I would be considered an old man.
That's because they were fetuses.
I know.
I don't mind resorting to
Yeah, and then you're a little bit older, so you're a toddler.
right the wrongs.
No,
You
shit
seem to be
ages
implying
rapidly.
something.
You go like on TikTok.
Don't
You
tell
are.
me.
You
What
are
am I then, a
fetus.
lich?
Never spoils
You're a
such
fetus right until you hit like
Feel free to
18.
speculate.
Then you're a toddler, and then as
It was
soon as you
nice
hit
running
like
into you. Please, accept
22,
this raffle
then you're
ticket
just
to
like
mark the
on your
occasion.
deathbed.
No, well, I hope your hip surgery goes well.
From shady people and situations and bring
I
you
don't
good
need one.
fortune.
Yet, give it a day.
A day.
You were the one who said aging rapidly.
I've got work tomorrow. I can't go in for hip surgery.
Well, too bad. You can't just leave that shit unsurgeried.
Speaking of which, we've basically fixed the NHS. I don't know if you guys heard about it.
I have not. No. How'd you do? What happened?
We scrapped NHS England, which may sound like a bad thing on the surface. Turns out, I was unaware of this until recently. NHS England was a subdivision of the NHS set up by the Tories. It cost £192 billion, and all it did was increase wait times. So, they scrapped it, things have immediately improved, and the NHS is once again unified.
Aw, is he a good rich person? He's giving out money.
Who?
Hugo.
Damn. He gets more attracted by the second.
I was gonna say POV blonde man does something to endear you further.
Want to redeem prizes?
Getting rid of... What did you say? Whatever, the NHS thing that you said you got rid of. That makes me think of, like, that thing, which is probably now 10 plus years old, where people were going around being like, hey, do you want to help end women's suffrage? Because it sounds bad, but it's just the right for women to vote.
I mean, because, I remember people hitting me with that, and I was like, well, yeah, I don't want them to suffer. And then they're like, you got you. And I'm like, are they not the same word? But it's the same as, like, how...
Not unless you're, like, a surfer bro, and you would add, like, AGE on as a suffix to just some random word.
There was a joke that went around my secondary school for a while as well, where, like, nobody knew the word heterosexual.
Damn, gay school.
Straight. No, well, no, because, like, we didn't know, like, heterosexual, homosexual. We knew gay and straight, and so...
You hear that a lot with cisgender. People don't know what that is, because they're just like, I'm normal.
Yeah. But, like, there was a group of kids that went around, like, saying to people, like, are you heterosexual? And of course, nearly everyone went, no. And everyone went, and the group of kids would just be like, gay boy, gay boy, gay boy.
Yeah. I'm not some kind of freak. I never sex a hetero, whatever that is. Actual, just you and I here on stream.
Well,
except, well, because gay, but also, like, I would. So, kind of loses a little bit of steam. They need to come up with some fucking goofy in-game reason why they can't talk with the strike. I guess they replaced Lycon, so he should be able to soon, but half the characters in these not talking is goofy. You maybe are aware that there's, like, still voice acting strikes happening in regards to, like, AI and stuff?
No, but I'm not surprised, and I'm quite glad about it, actually.
Well, see, there's an asterisk to that, though. Of course, AI protection's a good thing, worth fighting for, but to my understanding, it sounds like the union is trying to force in some really weird shit that doesn't even make sense. I mean, it would, just because it would... I'll explain it. So, they, in addition to the AI protections, it sounds like they're trying to force in some shit where if anyone who works on a production with a union voice actor isn't in the union, they get to do that 3 times, and then they have to join the union. Which doesn't fucking make any sense. Except it could, hypothetically, if, like, companies signed on to it, because then they could just write that in the contract for anyone doing stuff with them. But that's so weird and strong army and gross. Like,
yeah, because then that would also mean that, like, if the members of the company didn't join the union, then you're just shit out of work for a while.
That's the thing, though, is it would just be like, it's essentially forcing them to put that in, like, every contract then. take that with a grain of salt, just because I don't want to spread misinformation, but I heard that's what's going on, and that's, I mean, on one hand, I believe it because it's gross and money grubby, but on the other hand, that's like the most anti-union propaganda thing ever, so that makes me question it a little.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody sucks on some side of this.
They're here with me now, sir.
Oh, there he is. He has a voice, just not in the non-cutscene version. The guy who did him apparently just got blindsided. He didn't even like refuse to do the work. They were just like, you're in the union, so you could not do the work. So bye-bye. New guy.
The guy that did what? The guy that what?
You know about
The guy who voiced Lycon. Wolfman.
Who's Lycon?
Wolf Daddy.
What's going on with him?
They replaced the voice actor without warning just because he was in the union. He wasn't even refusing to work. They just like shut him out. After the fact, it sounds like he was maybe a little bit of a weirdo, but still sounds like he got the short end of the stick here.
Surely that could fall under wrongful termination.
It doesn't sound like it, so I'm assuming they have the ability to just do that.
But I believe you just got caught up in all of this.
Well, that's fair.
For what you've been through over the years.
Because, I don't know. I think a lot of voice acting work is very, like, kind of an at-will employment sort of thing. Like, maybe.
Yeah.
Presumably, there are circumstances where you could, like, sign on for X amount of time, but I don't think anyone ever is like, hey, we're on forever, especially with a long-ass live service game like this. Yeah, talking a bit about the voice actor protest and that Lycon specifically got recast.
One day,
Hello, Watcher.
find the evidence to clear her name.
I'm just annoyed with seeing AI everywhere. Like, half of my SoundCloud recommendations now is just like shitty AI music, and it's reached the point where like I'm pulling out of subscription services. Like, I'm gonna pay for SoundCloud for 3 more months, see if I use it, and if I don't, I'm gonna stop paying for it.
Why do we have eye implants? In Cyberpunk. You know, I'm surprised. I guess the vibe of this isn't super cyberpunky, but it is a little bit. There are parts of this that are cyberpunky.
Teacher. She was always looking out for us.
I know there's actually some of Split Fiction that's kind of cyberpunky, so that's something to look forward to.
I want to see it through. Simply put, your eye implant
Since I have now successfully dangled that little feathery cat toy in front of you and got your attention.
YouTube Shorts are indeed Vine, TikTok clips, or just Reddit stories being told off by TTS/AI voices. Shame. Yeah, I mean, I think it's different with stuff like TikTok and YouTube Shorts, though. Like, it's annoying, but at the end of the day, there is so much of that content out there that it would be impossible to hire a voice actor for every single one of those videos. Like, I think the bigger issue is more just like in a proper paying line of work, not oversaturating the market and ruining people's careers by filling it with AI. But like, the same is happening everywhere. Like, AI art, AI music. Why are those the first things that we decided to use AI for, instead of like automating paperwork that nobody wants to do?
Because it lets
Like,
every
no,
idea
let's
guy
figure
feel like
out-
he's a fucking big dick cool guy now.
Yeah, and it's stupid because AI is not iterative. You can't, like, if I were to pay someone to make me AI music or whatever, and they made a song that I was okay with, and I was like, I like this, but can we just change the mix on that one hi-hat a little bit? AI is incapable of doing that. If you tell it to do it, it will just make a new song.
Sort of related to that, there were the Twitter drama this week that I saw is someone was commissioning art, and their process was like, I'm gonna feed into an AI like what I want and then give that to the artist as reference. And then they were shocked when the artist was like, no, that sucks. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And I was shocked at how many people in the comments were like, "Oh no, that's totally okay. You go, Queen."
But
And you know, it's one thing if you just find an AI thing on Google. It's different if you're like going out of your way to do it yourself.
I believe
Yeah, it's like I think like AI has its place in some applications, but I don't understand this like rush to replace everything fun in life with AI.
It up to get our hopes up, are you?
It's greed at the end of the day. It's people who just want to get results without doing the work, and then greed.
Oh, I know. Like the amount of AI music that I've seen on my SoundCloud as of late, and it's like, where the fuck has this all come from?
There's sometimes things on TikTok and stuff where I'm like, hey, this is kind of funny. The shit where it's like, make an AI country song, and it's just like a dude singing about like wanting cock. But like the line is blurred, right? Because like that's kind of funny, but it's still not an ethical use of AI.
Yeah. So I doubt I'll be able to find it, but it's like if I start a SoundCloud station, there is a pretty high chance that I'll end up with like some very obviously AI music.
A bit off.
And then I go and click on the account and it's just slop. Like 20 albums in one day kind of slop.
I see. In that
So
case,
there's no
I'll
way
sit
for
back and help
humans to
us for now.
compete with that, and the internet is just going to eat itself by filling it with this bullshit.
Your ether aptitude is now on par with most hollow investigators, meaning you're ready to explore.
Wow, so they're gonna make them actual characters, I guess.
I think the dead internet theory is going to start to hold some more realistic weight in the coming years.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of don't feel like that would ever be a complete thing, but hopefully it would like make AI eat itself.
I mean, I'm hoping that like the negatives of AI are going to start to show themselves more obviously to investors and shit, but the problem is line go up, and until line go down, they won't stop doing it.
Right.
Nvidia have 600. No, not 600. They have like
Master Proxy.
over a
The data pile
trillion
the mayor
in stock.
mentioned is in
And
this
it's like you can't just convince all of those rich people that they need to pull out.
The data pile.
Rich people hate pulling out.
Yeah, rich people.
What a
greed.
pain. There's nowhere else to go.
Unfortunately, they're all munters.
And what is that?
It's like the nastier cousin of the word Minga.
We should search for the
Okay.
passcode nearby to disable the laser. And then
There is I believe, a British, or at least the characters are British show I saw on Netflix called Breeders.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Sitcom of like parents and their kids.
How are you feeling now, Master Proxy?
Fantastic.
I'd be very curious to watch some like
I'm relieved to
classic northern UK shows or movies with you and see what you make of them.
Yeah, I'll carry you on my back if needed.
Because
You've mentioned stuff before,
of the
I think.
comedy would probably fly over your head.
That won't be necessary.
Probably. But I would probably still be entertained. As long as it's not like too old. Because like old stuff is going to be hard for me regardless of where it's from.
What about what about something as old as me?
You could handle things in the hall.
I can probably handle anything from like the 90s on.
Because I'm talking like the Phoenix Nights, a show that was made like
Yeah. You
around
remember
the year that I was born.
you mentioned that. I don't remember. I might have looked at like a trailer for it at one point, but I don't remember if I did and what I thought. If so,
Yeah.
The data pile is right up ahead.
I've watched the whole thing with my mom. It's really good. But there's also this movie that I don't know the name of. I need to find it. That was filmed in Sheffield. but I've definitely seen clips from it before and need to find it.
Thank you. Sorry. I still need you guys to protect me. Seems like I'll need to work harder.
Well, it's definitely not that.
What did she say? I just heard like chat. Ellen, you can't talk to chat.
Oh, it's another passcode.
We should be able to find the passcode nearby.
There it is. 4 lions. I need to watch that.
Four lions?
Yeah.
I prefer one kitty.
Maintaining the database.
Yeah, but I don't have any movies.
Proxy with the utmost.
Get on it. I'm waiting.
Fucking hell, mate. As if I don't have enough on my plate already.
Produce several full-length movies now.
To maintain a professional relation.
I can produce several full-length farts.
I figured that's where you were going. You're a goober. You love farts. Not beating the allegations.
Take this.
They're funny.
That's what they all say.
What?
Watch you remind me what the Suicune means. I never remember. Everything? Right, okay. Me using aloprax tiny.
Master Proxy, let's
that emote is universal though.
We might be able
tiny.
To
yeah.
It is. We stumbled upon genius. It's gonna be up in a museum someday with like the Mona Lisa.
Proxy's moves.
And people are gonna be like, ah, look at his autistic eyes.
Master Proxy, this should be the second passcode.
Compliments to the chef though. That's gonna be
compliments to the dish.
Your name's gonna be the one on it. Your name's gonna be the one on it.
No, well, no, it's gonna be both of us. It's gonna be Aloprax by Level Up Joe.
Quite some time. How are you feeling?
There is such a thing as a muse. I can't take all the credit.
I feel fine. Nothing unusual, actually.
And I do say you're amusing, so that all checks out.
After all, this is the first time.
I knew that's where you were going with that.
Yeah, because you know you are.
I try not to think about it.
Sigh, it's hard work being a beloved thing.
Beloved by, like, a small group of people online.
Yeah, the best group of people online.
I'm a micro celeb.
It's Kappa, it's judging, it's looking, and huh? Suicune would judge me. Suicune would see my bullshit and be like, I get up every day, I go to work purifying the water and saving the land, and this is what I get in return.
All right, that's all of them.
Kind of the same way that yeah, the way you react to me.
Let us return and open.
Although you're not purifying water, you're depurifying the air with your farts.
No, I'm suffering through people's bullshit for 8 hours.
But specifically mine, my bullshit you suffer through is a different kind than, like, bratty customers. More psychic damage than emotional damage.
The mission was a success, sir. Master Phaeton's performance was
I
outstanding.
mean, I wouldn't say that.
Excellent.
Costumes do
that.
emotional damage to me.
My iPad thinks I was talking to it. Shut up, I'm not talking to you.
I need your expertise for an important task.
I'm watching chat off my iPad right now instead of my usual couch monitor, because my couch monitor is currently my desk monitor, because my Thunderbolt, as far as I know, is dead.
Hold on. Is it the same auction?
I need to get up to Micro Center this coming weekend or something and see what I can do about that, if anything.
I knew
It's likely
you're aware of it. I'll get straight
either
to
the
point.
bulb or the driver.
Related to the
And if it's the
Sacrifice! It's back
If it's the driver, then it usually is a less catastrophic failure. So probably
Either way, I believe I can get like at least a consultation for free.
It turns out it can maintain its form outside
might as well then.
Yeah, because then if they're like, hey, it's going to be several $100s, then it's like, no, I'll just buy a new monitor. But if it's, I don't know, under 200 maybe, then it'd be like, sure, fix it.
However, the core was recently stolen from the most secure lab in New Eridu. We suspect this is an...
The problem is, and this is why, like, maybe once upon a time I wanted, like, every possible feature I could think of in a monitor. And then eventually it's just like, fuck it. The one I bought most recently that I use as my work monitor now is only 23 inches, which is smaller than I like for my main monitor. But I don't really want to use that. And then, like, have the other one from work. So then I'm like, okay, I should buy a new one, but then I just have that other one sitting around for nothing. And that seems wasteful.
So you want us to bid on it at the auction? But
because 23 inches 1080 is so fucking tiny.
Is highly volatile and destructive.
Bruh.
We must keep it confidential, at least.
But I'm used to having, I mean, 4 inches doesn't sound like that much, but I'm used to having a big screen with like really zoomed in Photoshop or like a big spreadsheet with a bunch of things. Like losing that space feels like a big loss.
True, but I mean, like, my main monitor is a 23 inch and I'm just so used to it.
That's the thing, is just being used to it.
I see 27 inch screens and I'm like, you freaks, how do you fit this shit on your desk?
Really, I should go bigger than that even, but like my desk is constrained and my wall TV takes up the wall.
The only hurdle now is the invitation.
At some point in a different room, maybe I can do better.
Maybe if you didn't have like a 7,000 inch TV,
no,
you wouldn't have that problem.
I need all those inches.
You really don't. It blinds you.
Mr. Proxy.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear you trying to like make it your problem and then being like, oh, I'm not there though.
It blinded me when I was there. It hurted my eyes.
No.
Yes, it did. It actively hurt my eyes whilst I was there.
Oh my gosh, you're so fussy.
It was so bright.
You're quite perceptive.
Big does not mean more light. That's purely a brightness thing.
Holy no, it absolutely does. What do you mean?
Power and profit often lay
You know, fun fact, the sun and my phone torch actually have the same level of output.
Well, one, the sun is fucking brighter than your phone.
It would be much easier if tops weren't so involved.
And two, just one.
It may take some time, but we will overcome these obstacles.
I can guarantee
no further need of me. I'll take my leave.
that it has the same.
Have a good day.
Like that, it has a much higher level of output.
You can't just change what you're guaranteeing midway through the guarantee.
I am very, very tired. So shut up and let me like process my thoughts.
Didn't that collector Hugo mention?
Well, but if you're guaranteeing that the sun is brighter than your phone, yeah, I just said that.
But he didn't leave us his
No,
contact
yeah, but then I can
information.
guarantee that
Oh,
your
right.
TV
wanted
is
us to
brighter than
contact
like
him, why not
a
leave a number?
50-inch TV would
Did
be.
he just forget?
I'll updating the contract. Pray that I do not adjust it further, he says, force choking me.
Alright, as if companies don't change their terms of
contact,
service
but we
every
missed
2
it.
months and don't tell you.
Come to think of it,
Yeah, aloprax Incorporated, big, dangerous, sleazy company.
he said something
They work me real hard.
like, "There are
Not at
always
all where I thought
secrets
we were going with that.
hidden
They make me work more than 40 hours a week. I don't get to go home and see my wife and kids.
Yeah, that's because you're straight.
Hey,
I
kiddo.
don't get to take them out on the
This
boat
guy watches
on the weekend.
Way too many detective movies.
Yeah, that's because you're
Anyway,
straight.
let's try contacting him.
Alicorp discriminates against straights. You heard it here.
The manager
Yeah,
of
it's
my favorite
just
video
straight.
store. Glad you've cracked my little puzzle.
Your Honor,
I've been
he's straight.
waiting for you to contact me. I was worried
What was I supposed to do?
bad impression.
Actually, I have a favor to ask. About the auction you mentioned.
That is
Could you
such
secure
baby
2
logic though, saying
invitations
that
for
like
us?
bigger TVs don't have bigger light output. Like, holy shit, that's so easy to figure out.
Love to
It's probably not that much more.
I have some
A 75-inch TV.
The relative
will
brightness,
definitely have more brightness than
the
a 50-inch
relative
TV.
brightness in a dark room of, I don't even think it's 75, I think it's 70. Of a 70-inch
You said it
TV
was
compared to like a
70.
50.
You have said it was 75 multiple times before.
Okay, then it probably is if you, because your memory's better, but whatever. L plus ratio plus inches.
Is it something I can handle? Nothing too dangerous, I hope.
For context, when it was like sleepy time, I would do my usual thing of being like, hey, I want to like watch shows while I fall asleep. And so I'd have TV on, and then he'd be like, oh, me eyes. And then he'd fall asleep instantly. And then I would just keep watching stuff. So it wasn't an issue.
No.
Also, I turned the brightness down.
Yeah, but like you turn it on in the pitch black room, and it would still be bright as shit.
Sounds like Fussy Kitty.
No.
Joe in the 75%. Yep, that's me. I'm living large. I'm living like Larry.
You've arrived.
I'm pretty sure I accused you of being like a 1%er the other day in Repo or something like that. Or maybe not a specific percent, but I was like, oh, rich aloprax. I have a timer for my TV time because I'm either into it or I'll be gone in 5 minutes. I mean, I try to do things while I watch TV with mom. Otherwise, it's like I'm watching it when I go to bed. At which point, it's less of a timer and it's more like, how long am I awake? Once I get sleepy, then I turn it off. But lately, especially with mom, it's like, I just feel exhausted. And the idea of getting myself to do anything, like, really fries my brain. But I got some work piling up on my desk from Mr. Kitty. So hopefully I can use that to, like, get back into a productive swing. And then I can go see my wife and kids. That's not gonna go that way. Where is this sending me? There we go.
Another.
Look at that little goober. He's cute. That's just aloprax melt.
This time.
Oh, there. Yeah, okay. Red-haired guy from AMD Quest. So now we're crossing over. I like the idea that Aloe is just Morty. In the idea of Pocket Morty, is there's just a million of him. Yeah, there's Melty Aloe. There's what are other emotes? There's Tiny Aloe, Scared Aloe. I mean, that is an idea I would do. Watchers just make Pocket Mortys, but with Aloe. For you, Pocket Mortys is a Rick and Morty spin-off on Pokemon, but they're all Morty.
You're as sophisticated and charming
That
as always.
sounds like a
About
reason
our
to kill
previous
myself.
discussion, I assume you've made some progress.
It sounds like a good merch idea. We have a bunch of
No,
little versions of you that people can get.
But
I see. Looks like it's more complicated than I
that
thought.
is like
I
Morty,
appreciate your
like
help. Here are the promised
no.
invitations for you. One was mine, but
Well, sorry that Morty doesn't have the wide market appeal that you do.
occupied that day. I had to pull a
He
few
does.
strings
It's
to
just
secure
unfortunate
these
that it's all millennials.
invitations. So please,
Do you hate anything millennials like?
otherwise, someone
Fussy.
might come hunt me down.
I wouldn't call it that.
Wait, seriously? Is the
I
auction
would.
really that dangerous?
As the expert on you being fussy,
With
I would.
sharks, you can't avoid risk.
That's
But
your
I
problem.
have faith in you, dear manager. I'm entrusted.
Well, yeah, I went to 4 years of Aloprax fussy school, and I'm in lots of student debt for it, so it is my problem.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed. And so are my sisters.
And Aloe Corp won't pay off my fussy student loans.
With
Sigh.
a sibling. What's your view on family ties, manager?
It's a bond you can count on, Like
The aspect of dislike. That's his fucking Elden Ring boss name, yeah.
The exact kind of answer I expected from you.
Aloprax, the avatar of discontent.
Different mothers.
had? You didn't have a fallout over
And then his one of his attacks is,
No,
I don't know, he just fucking like
never
yells
argued.
L liberal at you
I would like to
and like
try.
stamps you with a big L and then you die.
It's too late. She's been gone so long. I can barely remember her face.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a sensitive topic. My condolences.
It's okay.
Phoenix made an objection, but it's liberal.
And it was ages.
What? Just like in court, he like slams down his hands and he's like, "Hold on, liberal."
Highly likely that Hartman will be at the auction as well.
Objection, Your Honor. He's a liberal.
While he's the rightful heir to the Raven
That
family.
actual things he would say.
Secret. He's sitting up on his high horse looking down on everyone else, and he'll do whatever it takes to get more power.
I would love to do that though if I could fucking like level up my art. Just do like a series of all of us as like Elden Ring bosses. That'd be fun.
They deserve. Too bad this
Or you know, general Souls bosses. It doesn't have to specifically be like Elden Ring vibes, just like anything Soulsy.
I digress. That's all for today. I have some errands to attend to, so I'll take my leave.
You know, Cass can just be like their big freaky skull demon form. Perk can be like some kind of toe-based monstrosity. Aloe, I don't know, some kind of weird fucked up cat.
It is a pleasure to see you again, Master Pro.
It's been a while.
Or, you know what would be a really good one for Aloe? Like an anglerfish, but a cat. So there's like a little cute, unassuming looking thing, and then like it's the angler thingy on the anglerfish, and then there's like a weird giant fucked up cat. And maybe we work in some references to like a Nekomata or like the Cheshire Cat or something like that. I've had that thought a million times. I'll probably act on it someday of like Halloween versions of our avatars for everybody, and he'd probably be a Nekomata. Oh, to be in a fancy hotel with fancy desserts.
Lies. Deception. Betrayal. I see swirling mist, shrouding the truth in a deep, enigmatic haze.
She sounds younger than I would have guessed. I guess they're really going for like the I'm 12,000 but I'm 12 kind of thing.
You are exactly as I thought you'd be.
I still really like her design though. It's not like creepy.
What
It's
are you
just
talking about?
Lolita, but in a non-creepy way.
Confused.
Words can only convey so much. So it's understandable if what I say doesn't make sense to you
I'm
now.
gonna get to bed. I'm tired of
You'll
shit.
know what I mean.
Okay, have a good eat, buddy. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Maybe.
Young lady, I know you might think I'm lying,
right.
but I'm telling the truth. That item was my late husband's keepsake, and I had to pawn it due to financial difficulties. But I can't bear to see it auctioned away to who knows where. I'd never be able to get it back. Please help me bid for it. There's a hidden flaw in that item. If
If you point it out during inspection, it will be withdrawn from the auction and returned to the pawn shop. That way you won't have to pay for it. In return, I'll offer you some compensation. It may not be much, but it's all I can manage. Please.
Mom, please don't cry. Your story might be genuine, but your intention is not. Besides, this has nothing to do with me. Your misfortune is not my concern.
Young lady, you don't look like you're struggling for money. How can you be so cold-hearted? I'm sure this refined individual here feels the same way.
Me? I wouldn't say I'm refined.
Huh? Are you referring to me?
Yes, you. If you're willing, could you please...
The auction is about to start. I'm not sure how you gained entry, but I'm sure you don't want to be driven out with your daughter. And you?
They're gonna need to work to make me like her, though, because they're kind of making her a bitch.
Advice. Don't let your sympathy easily sway you in an auction like this. Otherwise, you might get swindled. I'm Vivian, by the way. Pleasure to meet you.
Unless the lady is a swindler and she's just being blunt. I don't know. We'll see how this concludes. They're right now making her unlikable, but it could just be that they're gonna bait and switch. I guess I didn't really think about this either. I thought Hugo was originally going to be part of what the fuck, Victoria Housekeeping, but I guess he's like his own organization. The Vampires, Mockingbird, and then Victoria Housekeeping's like a subset. Assuming that's who he's talking about, I think it is. Strange Jade Muse Golden Bamboo statue. Is that the one where it's like shitting?
He may be from the Ravenlock family, but he's been entering the lottery in secret. His financial situation might not be too great right now.
Ugh, what rotten luck. I didn't expect to see you here. I won't back down this time.
Let's raise the bid a little.
Those feel very Phoenix, right? Those like flashes when I select something.
As expected of a commoner. I'll raise the bid by 50%.
Oh, fucking commoner.
Action is crucial. Your opponent is determined to win, so it's best to shake his confidence first.
You should just give up already. I'm dead set on getting this item.
Good luck to you. Host, I increase my bid by 20%.
That feels like not at all how bidding works.
Where could you have gotten so many?
You tell them a number, right? You don't ask them to do math.
But perhaps a bit too costly for me.
Okay. Let's not rush into inflating the price. Seems like it's just the two of us interested in the item. Why don't we discuss this in private first?
That's also not how auctions work.
No matter what, I won't back down.
Ugh, I didn't expect you to be so determined.
This is the perfect moment to shake your opponent.
You're really stubborn, huh? Is it really worth arguing over such a small collectible?
If it's private, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm nowhere close to an auction expert. I can really only go off of what I've seen in the media, of course.
That's right. The Denny's in our pocket is our biggest advantage. Host, I'm raising the bid.
The price is way more than it's worth. Forget it, I'm out.
It's a bit overpriced.
Yeah, Banter's very anime, I agree.
Still acceptable. Congratulations on your winning bid. Though, in my opinion, its aesthetic style is a bit ahead of its time. But as long as you like it, that's what matters. After all, the true value of art is in the love people invest in it.
The next item is truly
Oh, the art was ahead of its time. I thought you were saying my way of bidding was ahead of its time as like a sly way of being like how uncouth.
unrecognized during his lifetime. His works were discovered by art collectors after his death and became hugely popular. Because of this, authentic works are few and far between, making each one incredibly precious. And this
I know it's like a dick measuring thing, but the idea of paying obscene amounts of money for shit like this, for just like a status symbol, is crazy. There's so much great art, you don't need to pay $10 million for it.
I can still turn a profit. 300 million!
I'm not mistaken. Wise, isn't that the item the woman asked Vivian to bid on?
Yeah, that's the one. If our budget allows, perhaps we should.
1 billion.
Even if this final piece is a collectible of this quality, starting at $1 million right off the bat. Since she doesn't have to earn her own money, any bid is just a number to her.
Was that Vivian? Wow, she just said, don't let your sympathy sway you, then went ahead and bid anyway.
I assume we're just going all in on fucking with this guy.
Literally afford not to take her own advice.
Ooh, this elegantly dressed lady certainly has refined taste and deep pockets. So, is anyone ready to challenge this young lady? Invest in the legacy of a talented artist who left us too soon. Its value could double in the future.
I'd advise against it. I'm going to bid on this no matter the price tonight.
This young lady is certainly very confident. Our time is almost up at $1 billion. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold for $1 billion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first half of the auction. Please feel free to unwind in the lounge for a bit, as more treasures await in the second half.
And so now that flaw is supposed to get pointed out so she doesn't have to pay. So what did I get? I got like a little diamondy leaf thing on like a real thick set of boards or something. I'm assuming that's just for like keeping it safe in the meantime.
The coffee here is...
You have a strange look on your face. Despite her ruthless exterior, she's actually quite kind-hearted. Though you wouldn't dare think that, would you?
I mean, maybe that's what she was doing. Maybe she was fucking with us to make sure that she could get those people $1 billion.
How did you know?
Looks like I hit the mark. Just to clarify, I didn't assist that woman out of kindness, nor do I plan on giving up the item I just purchased, because it's nothing more than a common scam.
A scam? So you're saying that woman is a fraudster?
They'll tell you a tragic story, begging you to help bid on a collectible at a high price. They promise a reward and guarantee the item will be withdrawn from the auction, so you think you won't have to pay anything. But the reality is, once you bid, the deal is done. No going back, and you end up shelling out a hefty sum for something worthless.
So why did you still bid on the item?
I really enjoyed the story of that legendary artist. Art, at its essence, sells stories, doesn't it? I'm willing to pay the price for the stories I choose. That's another lie. Looks like you believed me.
It's not a bad way to think about it, but...
Okay, you got me again.
I mean, you called it too quick for me to form a solid thought.
Piece of advice. Appearances can be deceiving. People often mask their true intentions. Sometimes, what you can't see is the real truth. I hope next time...
Who doesn't know my proxy identity? Even the cops know now.
These pretenders. I'll see you
Worst
soon,
kept secret, new Eridu.
my friend of many secrets.
The second half of the auction is about to begin. Please make your... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back! Up next in our auction is tonight's showpiece, the one-of-a-kind Robe of Heroes!
Makes me think of lighter.
Long ago, this was a garment that only a hero could wear. What's truly fascinating is the unique gem embedded in the collar of this robe. It's unlike...
Or maybe vampire-y.
Almost magical.
A weird core extracted from a sacrifice. Didn't they say something about a sacrifice earlier?
Probably what we're looking for.
Yeah, okay.
Item. Yet, it's just there on a piece of clothing. Completely unprotected.
How gaudy.
This auction sure is busy. There's people of all sorts, whether they belong or not.
Robe of Heroes. What a tacky name. Nonetheless, I'll secure it. In the name of the Ravenlock family.
Oh, the Ravenlock family!
I see it. Seems authentic.
Authenticate these
Keep
nuts.
an eye on it.
I didn't expect this to drag on so long. I believe there is no meaning in continuing this senseless bidding war. Frankly, wasting time irks me more than squandering money. So, my friend, let's cut to the chase. What did you have in mind?
This man is pretty shrewd. Maybe I should match his energy. Perhaps a better question should be, what can you offer me?
The ball's in my court.
Oh.
Good. I enjoy conversing with people of sufficient intelligence. There are more antiques in this auction than just the robe. Why rush into this? You might find something else you prefer.
Honestly, I don't find that Robe of Heroes all that impressive. All I want is that exquisite jewel on the collar. Could you perhaps sell me just the gem?
I'm afraid I cannot accept that, my friend. You're unaware of the true value of that.
Oh, I think I'm aware enough, buddy.
Now we know the gem is his true aim.
The Ravenlock family always gets what they desire. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask around.
What a coincidence. I, too, always get what I want.
Something about that feels so like guy who wears a t-shirt that's like a suit with a bow tie.
My time is valuable, my friend.
I too am a gentleman of exquisite tastes.
If I offer you a token of appreciation, let's say a hefty sum of dennies, would you consider backing out of this bid?
Don't try to bribe me. I don't need or want money. For once.
You're quite persistent, aren't you? It's been a while since someone dared speak to me like that. All right, since I can't sway you, we'll have to settle this with our financial power. But let me be clear. No matter how high it goes, I won't back down.
Drat. Though the mayor gave us a substantial amount of dennies, I have a feeling it won't be enough to win against someone with this amount of financial power.
Thank you, everyone. It appears I'm the final winner of this auction after all. Well, I'll be taking this masterpiece with me. Of course. I must extend my sincere gratitude to all of you.
Damn it, we almost won! Ugh, Denny grabbing jerks.
I got a message from Hugo. He wants us to... look up?
Are we gonna do some... Who's the guy from Sailor Moon?
Go out!
Tuxedo Mask. Do some Tuxedo Mask fucking Phantom Thief shit?
What's going on? The power
Oh,
went out?
or just steal in the dark in a less theatrical manner.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, no, maybe we are gonna
welcome to tonight's
do Phantom Thief.
My apologies for the long
Not the Trilby.
opening. Losers always have a lot to say.
That guy looks familiar.
Is that...
What are you all standing around for? Someone deal with this intruder!
How uncouth. I'm simply here to reclaim what's rightfully mine.
You! When did you?
Well then, tonight's show is coming to an end. I wish you all a lovely evening. Yours truly, Mockingbird.
Ah, that's his Phantom Thief persona.
Forget about getting paid tonight!
And yet he and Vivian have mockingbirds plastered all over their shit. Very conspicuously.
I can't.
He knows.
Master Proxy, but that Mockingbird and I have history.
You might find it surprising, but I know him too.
You do. I see. So that's how you know him. Years ago, we founded Mockingbird, the Phantom Thieves Syndicate. Things started off well. We were young, with naive ideals and lofty goals, and we pursued what we thought was right.
Yeah, Robin Hood shit.
One night, that all changed. There may have been signs of what was to come, but no one noticed them at the time, or perhaps we chose to ignore them. Eventually, I left Mockingbird and accepted the olive branch extended by the mayor. The separation was, shall we say, less than amicable.
Okay, so then Hugo isn't
My dearest
his
friend
master.
became my sworn enemy. Master Proxy, if I may...
But maybe it might have still been Hugo in the cutscene I'm thinking of, though. In his story.
He seems pretty nice. He did lend us a hand, so he doesn't really come across as a bad guy to me.
I see. A facade, I'm sure, to earn your trust. In any case, he is very dangerous. I'm still unsure of his intentions, but we cannot risk letting him have the sacrifice core. Based on my past experiences, I can likely predict the route he'll take to evade his pursuers and escape. However, this path lies within the Hollow. Master Proxy, can you...
Let's head straight there. I'm feeling pretty strong right now.
Very well. Please, follow me then.
I will be very interested if they make Wise and Bell into playable characters. That could be cool. Probably still going to be a ways out. Although I guess we don't really know what's coming past Hugo and Vivian, other than the VTuber group, like, eventually. But who knows when eventually is, right? Like, we know Dane's Leaf is coming to Genshin eventually, and that's been, like, ages. Shit's locking down in the meantime. Oh, stop giving me a less than full team.
Really is here.
And I gotta turn this down again. Bruh. Why does the combat have to be so much louder? This needs more mixing.
Master Proxy, the layout of the port is complex. Ethereals may jump out from any corner.
There are so many ethereal. They don't seem to be phasing him at all.
I did finally get him, by the way, because I hit my 300 standard wishes. And so I chose him as my guaranteed 300. So all I'm missing for the standard group then is Grace, although it seems like she's pretty low tier at this point. I don't dislike her though. Just she may not be that useful. And I'm sure I'll get her eventually. But it would have been nice. I was really hoping I would get 5 out of the 6 before I hit the 300. And then I could use that last one to just pull whoever I was missing. Imagine having the wolf man clench his fist. Have you even kept up with this, though? I would ask you, dear sheep. Also, hi, hello. I hope you had a tolerable Monday. A good one, even.
Take this.
Careful, or you'll get hurt.
No, they didn't give me the Wolfman. Right. Wolfman first, then I play the game.
Master Proxy. That's one of Hugo's weapons. Make sure to avoid it. It is extremely familiar.
Therefore, they don't deserve me. I mean, Love in Deep Space has your attention now, right?
Will only be to our disadvantage.
They need to add more naked men to this.
Here post haste.
Although, I don't know, did you see the, like, Lolita vampire girl? I was thinking, like, that would be someone that Cass would think is cool. Less of a, I want to fuck, and more of a, like, I want to wear that outfit myself, probably.
Something's not right. It feels too easy, almost as if you let us through on purpose.
I did see she's cute. I do enjoy a not creepy, in like a sexual way, Lolita vampire girl. Although, to be fair, I'm specifically thinking of like Shaltier from Overlord as one other very specific example of that, but I'm sure there are others. Anime loves doing like, I'm 12,000, but I'm 12 vampires. You're correct, I would crawl in her skin.
This must be the right way. Not to worry, Master Proxy.
I mean, yeah, I'd probably say that about some of the guys in this. Like later. Damn, if I had that ass. I could be making that good OnlyFans money.
Are they from the auction? No, they shouldn't be able to track Hugo here. They're likely just hollow raiders. Back then, Hugo would typically retreat into a hollow after securing the goods. And as his partner, I'd be responsible for leading the pursuers astray. I'm unsure if he has a partner now, or who they might be if he does.
He was alone the entire time when he approached us before.
I see. That's good. It means he must be carrying that cord.
No, it doesn't. It means he thought ahead and didn't show us his partner.
Let's steer clear of those hollow raiders for now. Although I'm confident in my ability to defeat them, a clash here might delay us and jeopardize your safety. Our main focus now is locating Hugo and retrieving the gem. Time to hunt. Faster. Move, please. Stand still.
Stand still, the Wolfman says. And everybody obliges and gets railed. The end. Ah, you see, if you put a gun inside briefcase, it becomes boomerang. Briefcase plus gun equals boomerang. That's science. That's math.
It was you who broke the oath, not me.
You haven't changed, pompous and self-righteous.
Yeah, well, you're foppish. Oh yeah, the fact that it turns into a scythe, though, is really cool. That is some Ruby-ass shit. I do want him because he's one of 2 boys in this entire game. But I can't imagine he's going to be a better ice unit than Miyabi.
Both of you, enough already!
You idiot. Don't just run in there Pokemon the movie style. Your baby.
Are you all right, Master Proxy? Any injuries?
I'm fine. I just forgot I wasn't using Eos. I thought your attacks would just go over my head. I'm not used to being this tall, I guess.
Rest assured, Manager, my blade has always been steady. I'll never point my weapon at my allies, especially not you. As for that oath, he has no sense of control in the heat of battle, even turning on...
And no sense of control when he's in heat in general. Am I right?
Not to spread lies.
What? Are you denying it? I merely spoke the truth, didn't I?
Mr. Biceps there made me think, speaking of like slutty men, objectifying men, as I do, apparently in Monster Hunter World Iceborne, you could get an armor set that just let you fully have your tits out. So hurry up, Capcom, I'm waiting. I like my armor now, but also if I can be sluttier, I will.
It's been a rough day.
If I can just put my man in nothing but a little Speedo, I will.
Pay a dough. This is the Hollow. You're not claiming this Hollow as your own, are you? Not even the current mayor of New Eridu would dare to make that assertion. Am I correct, Mr. Mayflower Watchdog?
You sure have a mouth on you, pretty boy. Don't push it. We buried it.
You got a nice mouth on you, pretty boy. It'd be a shame if I put my cock in it.
Urge you to reconsider.
Unfortunately, your kind advice has come too late. They've already worn my patience thin.
Oh, help me!
Scared? Then perhaps you should think twice before you act. You've made your bed. Now lie in it.
Sorry, I'm so
I'm sure that's at least one animation. Depends on if they've ripped his model yet, but yeah, if not already, give it a short time and I'm sure it will be.
Don't kill them. I'll hand them over to public security once we're out of...
But again, I don't know, he doesn't really do it for me. Maybe once they fix his model a bit. Later and Seth are still doing it for me way better than he is.
Easily. You haven't changed at all over the years, Lycon. To hell with you and your foolish fantasies of being some
And young Lycon.
savior. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened with your eye and legs?
Also confirmation that he does in fact have Star Fox robot legs.
Sinners deserve punishment. Do you know how many lives they've taken? I'm merely delivering the justice the world needs.
It is not our place to pass judgment. I know I will not sway you. There's no point in continuing this argument. I will stop you. I always will.
Go ahead and try. I will defeat you. I always will. Be prepared to kneel before...
Shit, he's the boss.
You talk too much. Time to hunt. Answers.
Did he just say, time to hunt? Answers. You edgelord wolf.
beg for mercy. Trying to run, are we?
Why am I fighting a boss with one character? Hello? Where's my reinforcements?
Proxy.
Bootler's AoE pancakes are not enough.
Do you
Well, actually, he kind of seems like he's taking a lot of damage.
My apologies, dear manager, but I'm itching to teach him a lesson. Shut up.
Stand still.
Fucking Bootler's carrying. He was doing big chunks of damage.
Worry not. Mastery.
Yeah, there we go. Memories.
There's something more important I would like to teach you. Something about.
Oh, Jack. Jack is the master. Jack the Ripper?
Of course. What else would we fight for?
What other, like, spooky Jacks are there? Jack O-Lantern?
So nothing and no one can imprison us. Isn't that what everyone desires?
If you're going off of the whole horror tropes thing, Jack the Ripper would make sense.
Something asinine and empty, like justice, dreams, or friendship. Hilarious. Grow up, Lycon. It's time to let go of your naive fantasies of being some almighty savior.
You just don't get it.
I like in parentheses, Lycon, young.
Trying to teach you is very simple. I may not walk the path of justice, but I do not walk the path of evil. There's too much injustice in this world.
Ugh. Wouldn't it be great if they had Jack the Ripper and he used a Beyblade and he let it rip?
Unconventional methods.
Even though that's so hyper-specific and a rip-off.
Is out of the question. Life is a precious gift, one that nobody has the right to steal. No one should have the authority to judge whether another lives or dies. Keep that in mind.
Well, that sounds very not Jack the Ripper, but maybe that's the point.
You don't seem convinced, Hugo.
Maybe they're doing like an inversion of him.
This world is unjust. That's why we must strive to bring fairness to this world. Those who cause harm should face consequences, just as those who take lives should. But not all lives hold the same value. Sometimes, you may need to eliminate one if it means saving more.
You're too proud. Your pride may lead you astray.
I have my own path and beliefs, Jack. I'll determine for myself what's fair and unfair.
Hey, watch your mouth. If it weren't for Jack, you'd be dead already.
You're a smart kid, Hugo. Skilled, too. You could easily take the life of a sinner. However, what if one day you found out you were wrong? What if that so-called sinner were innocent? Could you bring them back to life?
I wouldn't make that mistake.
To err is human. Everyone is bound to...
Ah, but he's a vampire.
It's good you are open with your thoughts. I just don't want your troubled past to weigh you down. Because your hatred doesn't define you. It only eats away at you.
Are you okay, Lycon? You've been quiet for a while.
My apologies, Master Proxy. I was just reminded of some past memories. Before Hugo and I founded Mockingbird, we had a mentor, Jack. He took us under his wing when we were in dire straits, imparting his skills and life lessons. But Hugo didn't agree with his viewpoints. Perhaps our paths were always fated to diverge.
I've been curious for a while now. What caused you two to split?
Mockingbird, faced numerous triumphs, but also setbacks. And one of them was a disastrous one. Hugo.
You... Was this you? All this?
So what if it was?
Gone crazy? Have you been planning this all along? You'd bury all these lives in the name of vengeance?
They deserve to die. Especially my so-called father. I should have killed him a long time ago. A really long time ago. You know what, Lycon? There's some people whose only purpose in life is to bring more suffering into this world. Sometimes murder is what brings justice back into this world. And for that, I must stain these hands in blood.
Enough! I can't trust anything you say anymore. I'm leaving Mockingbird, now!
Where are you going?
Anywhere. Someone from the Mayflowers got in touch with me before.
Are you mad? You know what those hypocrites in city administration are like. They're no different from tops. We fought them together all
Frickin' tops.
the time, and now you're leaving to serve as their lapdog. Are you going to turn your back on Mockingbird? Turn your back on me?
The mayor is different from the others. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to even try convincing you. As your friend, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Please, stop here. Otherwise, the day will come where your hatred and ambition will consume you.
My apologies, Master Proxy, that you had to hear such an unpleasant tale. Hugo came from a powerful family, and his relationship with them was always strained, especially with his own father. So much so that Hugo wanted to personally put an end to him. After shouldering a mountain of injustice, Hugo ran away from home. That's when Jack and I met him. And that setback that Mockingbird suffered turned out to be intimately connected to his family. I had thought it was just a normal mission, when in fact he was plotting revenge. He took advantage of me and everyone else there. I do not mean to pass judgment on him and his decision, but I refuse to accept a partner who is willing to trample over other people's lives for their own desires. Perhaps his family left a mark on him that continues to influence him to this day. In any case, Hugo still has the sacrifice core. We should contact the mayor to plan our next moves.
A pleasure to speak with you again.
We know who the new mayor is, because it's not the little potato man anymore, is it?
Sacrifice core. I'll deal with it.
Anything else we can do to help? I mean, we didn't manage to complete our mission.
No. You've done well. It's just not appropriate for you to get involved in what's...
I'll be the judge of what's appropriate.
We've been through far more dangerous situations. Plus, we've dealt with Mr. Mockingbird before, so maybe we could help you.
Really, I appreciate your kindness. It's just... Very well. Seeing as you're all people I know I can trust, I'm going to be frank. Not long ago, I received a letter declaring criminal intent.
Sir.
Lycon, I know you don't want to place them in danger. I feel the same way. However, I believe they deserve to know the truth. That letter threatened to use a sacrifice to take vengeance against the entire city of New Eridu.
What do you mean by vengeance?
I believe the person, or the organization, who sent the letter is planning to use the sacrifice to mount a large-scale attack against the city. Everything we've uncovered so far seems to support this hypothesis. As you know, the sacrifice's true power is a mystery and cannot be controlled if anyone attempts to use it as a weapon. This is no small issue, If this gets out, it'll send the public into a panic. Please promise me you'll keep things confidential.
Then let us help out. We can do our part too.
But it's like I said before, it'll be too dangerous for you. Whichever way you look at it, you're still citizens of New Eridu, and as mayor, it's my duty to protect you. Plus, Carol would be furious with me if I put you in danger. If she were still around.
Yeah, Carol,
I'm not at liberty to discuss this matter any further. Please rest assured that we will handle things properly as the administrative authority of New Eridu.
That's right. Master Proxy, please trust us.
So that'll be all for today. Goodbye for now.
Okay, is that halfway mark, maybe? I can't tell. It's all still just called Barrier Tears. Now, what are the Exaltists? Oh, the group behind Bringer, maybe? That's such an underrated but great feature that I can just like pull up my fast travel and it like auto selects where I'm supposed to go.
You're here.
Alright, we're looking for a lost notebook, I guess. They told us not to talk about Bringer. Now let me tell you about Bringer. Ah, and that's what it was, a diary, because he has like ether brain disease or something.
Today's...
Oh, I thought they meant emotionally heavy. They mean like there's something hidden in the tape. No one could crack this but me. A very easy rhythm game. Not even a rhythm game. It's not even got that much to it. It's just line up the circles. Master hacker.
All right, Let's get started.
I'm probably not getting out of this hollow, but at least this tape recorder still works. Let's say these are my last words. I gave away my anti-corruption equipment to save those civilians, so I'm not in good shape. Unfortunately, we came up against a horde of ethereals right after that. I rushed over to fight them off and tried to save the civilians, but in the thick of all the fighting, I turned back and realized that I was somehow alone. Nobody was behind me. Luckily, I managed to defeat the ethereals, but the wounds and corruption I sustained in doing so should be fatal. I don't mean to cast the blame at all here, and if any of my colleagues ever pick up this cassette, I hope that nobody is ever held accountable. It's just human nature. It's normal. I just...
Why would this be encrypted, though?
I just have a few regrets. Oh, what's that over there? I've seen a miracle. Yes, that thing is right. So long as humanity is in constant conflict against the Hollows, we'll never be able to grasp true power.
So there's some kind of freak in the Hollows that, like, corrupted him?
It's the only way.
In the mental sense?
Power can everyone survive.
I mean, that's not shocking, right? At some point there had to be, like, a greater intelligence behind stuff that's not just human.
Are you okay, Julian? Don't be so down.
Thanks. I'm okay. It's just, even though we had our suspicions, now that everything is out in the open, I can't help but feel a little... Well, at least now I know the reason why he changed.
What did Bringer see during the recording? Whatever it was, he called it a miracle.
I saw the mission report from that incident. Bringer emerged from the Hollow unscathed, completely free from injury or corruption.
Temporarily, or it appeared that way.
And walking out of the Hollow together with them.
But if that's the case, then it's at odds with the audio we heard. Which one is the true version of events?
The fucking audio, of course.
It's possible that both are true. Like if Bringer actually met a real god that completely healed his body and helped him save the others.
And that's why his mood changed so much. Why he started believing the Exaltists. Because he witnessed a miracle.
That sounds like a reasonable speculation.
I guess it could be the Exaltists setting him up, but it sounds like there's a fucking
Still exceeds the limits of what
creepy, high intelligence ethereal.
It's a clue that ultimately points to the Exaltists.
His wounds are an illusion because he went alone.
Keep pulling this thread and see.
No, because Bringer, the guy they're talking about, eventually, like, you know how in this Watcher, how people get corrupted and turn into the things we fight in the Hollows? He turned into one of the boss things in there. I think with the aid of like a serum or something, but I'm reading this as he went in there, did get all fucked up, got healed or whatever, and supposedly had no corruption, but I think that was mostly superficial and like there was some deeper corruption or at least a big mental shift that then caused him to inject his fucking go-go juice and turn into the monster.
I've been waiting for you for quite... We meet again, Master Proxy. I imagine you've already managed to gain some info from the conspirators. About some people who wish to use sacrifice to launch an attack on New Eridu.
So you know about that? I only just found out myself.
Because I've been watching you this entire time. I know many things. But unlike those hypocrites, I'm willing to share info with you to show my sincere hopes of working together. I need to find Bringer's belongings.
Bringer's belongings? Did he even leave anything behind?
We established this, the notebook.
He did. I have complete confidence in my intelligence network. All the more reason for you to work with me. You've probably already guessed, but what Bringer left behind will be crucial for cracking the alleged sacrifice attack. Find it, and we'll finally know what they are after.
Who do you mean by they?
The Exaltists, of course. They're always lurking whenever something related to sacrifice comes up. Actually, the Exaltists and I, we have a bit of shared history. But no more than that until you
Did you escape from a cult?
Alright, I agree to work with you.
Splendid. I like people who don't mess around. By the way, might I ask, you're not proficient at in-hollow combat, are you?
No, I can't fight.
As I expected. Not to worry. You're an invaluable proxy. All I require is for you to guide me.
Do we get to play as her?
Not even my darling Lord Phaethon can fight in the hollows.
Hang on. What did you just say? Your darling Lord Phaethon?
That's right. The best proxy in all of New Eridil. Lord Phaethon. Don't tell me you don't like him.
You might not believe this, but I'm actually Phaethon.
You're an outstanding proxy, that's true. But Lord Phaethon's a cut above. No one could ever replace Lord Phaethon. But I know how you feel. You're actually one of Lord Phaethon's fans too, aren't you?
I don't remember what happened with Phaethon. If we got locked out of the account or it got stolen or what.
How should I put this? I'm not really a fan of Phaethon.
I get it. You're ashamed. Because you love him so much. I went through a phase like that once. But it's okay to be brave and admit your love. Relax. I'm with you.
The account got hacked, I think.
Fellow fan.
And you couldn't get it back. Something like, but like, is someone else running around with it now? Or is it just like sitting there?
Oh my. Once I start talking about Lord Phaethon, I just can't help myself. Look at the time. I suppose that's all for today then.
I guess maybe that hasn't been addressed yet. Because in some ways the story moves at a glacial pace in these MiHoYo games. Why Blazewood? There isn't even anything out there besides Cheesetopia. I think the account was taken down, became unusable, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I really don't remember it. A lot of it just feels like a MacGuffin to sort of have us be like really good but start from zero and then introduce Fairy.
Proxy, you're here too.
I didn't expect to run.
I hate her little side ponytail. Not even, it's like one strand of hair, but I hate it.
What are you two doing here? And what's with the new outfit, Ambi?
I'm here to investigate that incident.
The incident I experienced with Ambi and Trigger. You mean the incident that I wasn't involved in at all? That one?
I've recently dug up some clues about the person behind the operation, but my key contact is ultra cautious and keeps demanding me to prove my identity. So, to gain her trust, I decided to meet her dressed like this. Now that everything is completely finished, this uniform doesn't really represent anything in particular. For me, it's just another outfit now. We all have to move on someday.
You're with a bunch of tiny booby windows.
Sure whoever's behind all this is caught. And
Just an outfit with a bunch of tiny booby windows.
This is my friend, Vivian. We're here investigating a few things ourselves.
Ambi, one of the Cunning Hair's most powerful members. And Trigger, an Opal Squad sniper. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
You know us?
Looks like someone's done our homework. Is it because of the proxy?
You two are practically celebrities. And because of my work, I've got loads of info when it comes to anyone with a name around New Eridu.
I see. Seems you're handling your work well.
Let's prepare to enter the Hollow. Unless you have any further questions, we'll be taking our leave now.
You're going into a hollow? Proxy, you plan on going in like that?
Yeah, that's right. I've recovered quite a bit lately, so I don't need any protective equipment in the hollows.
Huh. Aren't you that lady from before at the auction?
Hello. I didn't expect to see you again, young lady.
What just triggered her?
Vivian, are you alright? You look depressed.
What's wrong, Vivian? Are you feeling all right?
It's nothing. I just drifted.
I guess someone used to call her young lady.
So then...
You'd think she'd maybe hear that a lot, considering she looks young?
Don't worry. I'm not here to scam you. I'm waiting to meet someone.
Don't tell me. You're my contact for intel?
That's me. Ambi from Silver Squad, I presume? Pleasure to meet you. All right. I'm going to exchange some information with Miss Ambi here. So if you'll excuse me.
You aren't looking so good. What's the matter?
I can tell you later, but not right now.
Okay, that's all the information I got for you. In return, I want you to do something for me. Take me into the Hollow. I left something very valuable inside. I have to find it.
Seeing as we were just about to go in ourselves, why not join us?
It's fine by me. But didn't you say you were investigating something?
It's fine. There's no rush. Right, Master Proxy.
What are we even here to investigate?
Yeah, there really is.
I don't remember. I'm EP.
Sure. Let's all go together.
It'll be safer with more people, and we'll find her missing item more quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, the cult or whatever, the Etherists. That's what Vivian's here for. Okay, I kind of already know how to do ANB, but I'm going to skim this. So, attacks a play, Silver Star. Every 1/3 of a charge the enemy receives 1 stack of White Thunder, stacking up to 3 times. I don't know what makes them receive a charge, though. Any attack? Question mark. When it has White Thunder, activate to dash through and do a bunch of shit. That'll consume 1 stack. Trigger additional aftershock. With enough energy, hold it. It'll fully charge Silver Star. So after I hold it, I want to press it. And if I can do it a bunch on one enemy, we get extra shock.
What is it that you all plan to do here?
Let's preemptively turn this down, because combat's gonna get loud.
Something extremely important. New Eridu's future may well depend on it. I'm on it. Now it's my turn to ask questions.
I saw some Reddit post today, and I definitely agree with it. It's way hard to tell when they have the stacks on them.
Since you're familiar with the name Silver, then you should know that it shouldn't exist anymore.
Right him off. The target's weary.
Focus up. What I'm investigating has something to do with it.
Time to pin them down. Quick shot.
Focus up.
Wide open. You're in my sights.
Proxy, let's use that fissure to head to the next location.
You got it, lady. After I check for goodies.
This is the place.
So, what is it that you're looking for?
A ring. I was excavating ether here before and accidentally lost it somewhere. Please, could you all help me find it? It has to be somewhere among all this stuff here.
Sure, I'll start looking.
I'll go with you.
I'll stay here with her then.
Thanks, but you don't have to worry about me. Go ahead and accompany the others. I'm sure it'll be faster that way. And
Why would you not want any kind of escort in Hollow? That's sus.
I know it might sound strange, but I'll be so happy if my daughter grows up to be capable like you.
Oh, I thought that was Vivian talking. I'm like, damn, Vivian, you had a husband? I mean, if she's really old, like she probably is because she's a vampire, that could totally happen, but also it feels weird. I feel like this trope of like, I look really young even though I'm old doesn't usually have married partners. Kind of comes with the whole looking like a child thing. I see you over there, chest. I want you. They're gonna make me wait, though.
There's leftover food here. I don't want to imagine what's inside the bag.
What, a severed head? I don't know.
A toy that seems emotionally stable. There shouldn't be a ring hidden in it.
What emotionally unstable toys do you know?
It's pretty cute. It's a fancy lunchbox?
I wonder if its owner is safe and sound.
The details of this don't make sense either. You're looking like inside oil barrels and stuffed toys for the ring, like... Unless we have reason to believe that someone else found it and is hiding it, why would it not just be, like, on the ground? They're definitely building up to something being sus with this lady.
Focus up.
Her vital signs are gone.
Oh.
What happened? I guess this was her final scam. There's one thing I must remind you. Your time is running out.
I'm not sure how you can tell, but you're right. I'm going to die in here. That's my plan. I'm very sick and don't have much longer. If I try to get treatment, it'll just be a burden on my daughter. So I scam my way through a bunch of physical exams and managed to take out a hollow corruption policy through Ravenlock Insurance.
Even in New Eridu, healthcare sucks.
Time has passed. Could you please take my corrupted body out of the hollow? That will secure a generous compensation package for my daughter. It's only what the Ravenlocks owe me. A pity, yes. But it's the only way I can squeeze it out of them.
What makes you think that will help you?
I just trust you will. I'm just awfully sorry you had to get involved in this. But it's something I must do. I have to leave something behind for my girl. I have to give her a chance at life. If it's okay, could you also please pass a message to Mira for me? Tell her, don't worry. Even if Mommy's body is corrupted, withers away, and turns to dust, my love for you will always be there. Thank you. You're a good kid.
She was betting that we'd help her. So,
She has some mommy issues or something. All these moments centering on, like, the idea of a young girl are, like, affecting her emotionally.
You might not believe me, but I've had this ability to see the future since I was a little girl. But the things I see are always something bad. Plagues, deaths, disasters. That's all I've ever been able to see.
It's all that kid's fault!
She's seriously jinxed.
I always try to avoid her. Otherwise, she'll say something rotten that ends up coming true again.
Prophecies, she says. Like she's not the one bringing the bad luck upon us.
It wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Fucking sheeple mindset. Why would you take someone's prediction ability as them causing it?
Things like this keep happening every time you open your mouth!
How unlucky. She shouldn't be here. Nobody wants her around.
I don't know. It's probably hard to believe someone can see the future. But the idea that someone can, like, magically cause bad shit seems equally unlikely.
Sorry. Every time it's the same. In the end, there's nothing I can change. Sometimes I even wonder whether it's me predicting these things. Or if
I hate this trope. It seems so stupid. Yeah.
these calamities.
Vivian, it's not your fault.
You were just trying to...
Like, especially the more out there it goes, right? Like, oh no, she predicted an earthquake. Except, no, clearly she caused an earthquake. Which one fucking seems more believable? Like, surely it takes several times of it being like... Or rather, like, I could see maybe a couple where it's like, oh, somehow she caused it. But then at some point you have to be like, no, actually that's stupid. Clearly she's not causing these. So what did she see then when she was crying before? Maybe just the woman dying. Is that what she just said?
Proxy, do Do you believe that the future can be changed?
Now that I, the harem protagonist, am here, surely we can change your future.
Time to watch my family see these misfortunes.
Because what else are generic white boys for, if not white knighting all your problems away?
Light him up. Foxy, the fissure that we're looking for is up ahead.
Here. Recalibrating.
A sound strategy. Outbound.
Show no mercy.
It's time.
Keep up the pressure.
A perfect conduit.
Order position.
Dodge. Wide open.
I'll pierce right through.
They won't back down.
The target's weary. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Again, not true. Not true in this bullet spongy combat game. Many shots, maybe a kill.
We should take that lady out of the hollow. You guys go on.
Thank you.
She gave us the intel we needed, so this is the least we could do. I hope everything else goes well for you.
Master Proxy, is there anything you'd like to know? You can just ask.
What did you see? But also, yeah, let's let you be comfortable.
I'm curious about your story, Vivian, but we can talk more once you feel ready. Don't worry, I'm very patient.
You're the first person to ever say that to me. I'd be happy to share my story with you. These premonitions I see are not within my control, and they always come to me in a flash, like a flood of images in my mind. Most of the time, I see death, disease, accidents, and disasters. Of course, there are also some non-fatal mutilations. But every
Good old non-fatal mutilations.
they end up happening. And I can never prevent or change them. That's all I have to say about it. If that offends Master Proxy and you don't want to hang out with me anymore, then I can understand.
No, now you're really sad and I want to, like, be your friend and hold your hand.
I don't mind at all. That's just who you are, Vivian. I'd like to keep hanging out with you.
I've always considered this ability as a curse.
It's not a curse. Actually, I think you've been given a gift.
Thank you. Really. Well, it's getting late. Bringer's belongings ought to be around here somewhere. Let's take a closer look.
Why are his belongings probably stashed away in a vending machine? That's quite an assumption to make. Oh, she just... Okay, that's the intelligence she got. Yeah, why not?
Looks like it isn't in here. Strange, there's nothing in here.
Isn't that the first thing you should try to do? Is knock something out? Why were we watching him?
This is it. This notebook is what Bringer left behind. But I don't know what these markings on it mean.
I guess that's why. Is nobody showing up?
Well, hello, Master Proxy. It's been a while. Oh, don't give me that scandalized look. I did just save your lives.
I would have protected the proxy even if you hadn't appeared.
I'm sure of it, but I happen to be in the area. Worry not, dear companion. I have complete confidence in your strength.
Yeah, are you guys not amicable?
Hang on. Did you say companion? So you two know each other?
Apologies. I didn't have a chance to mention it before. I'm actually part of the Phantom Thief Syndicate, Mockingbird.
That's right. I was only able to slip in during the auction thanks to some help from Vivian backstage.
So the whole time you were only bidding on the collections so you could get backstage and tamper with things?
I warned you before. You can't rely on appearances.
Don't worry, Master Proxy. We don't have any ulterior motives here. As you've probably heard, Mockingbird is a renowned Phantom Thieves syndicate in New Eridu that, despite its longevity, has managed to maintain the secrecy of its members' identities to this day.
Then you guys must trust me pretty well.
Disclosing our identities to you is essentially the highest sign of good faith that a Mockingbird Phantom Thief can show.
Or you don't have a problem potentially killing me.
I guess that makes sense.
Your trust is most appreciated. Mockingbird's purpose is very simple, really. To form long-standing and cooperative relationships with outstanding proxies like yourself.
We need your abilities.
Before you make any decisions, please allow me to briefly explain the concept behind the Mockingbird Syndicate. We all know there isn't anything in this world that's fair. A prime example being the uneven distribution of wealth. People from tops splurge on luxurious collectibles, while the poor have to gamble with their own lives just to get by. Of course, besides wealth, there's also an unequal distribution in this world of happiness and suffering, hope and despair, love and hate. It's all just so unfair. Somebody has to do something to tilt the balance of the scales. And thus Mockingbird was born. We take from those who have far more than they deserve and give it to those who deserve to have more. If you ask me, that's enough to be considered a form of justice.
Sure.
Right. That makes sense. I can agree with that.
Thank you. I knew if anyone, you'd understand. However, aside from these philosophical considerations, we also have a crisis on our hands to deal with. As you know, the Exaltists are plotting to use the power of sacrifice to launch an attack on all of New Eridu.
Aren't you the one who stole it, though?
We can provide you with all the
Like,
latest
what?
just like that notebook you found.
Unless you stole it from them.
Pompous housekeepers would never be willing to do.
Like Ravensworth or whatever is maybe with the Exaltists? I don't know.
This whole game, the sacrifice core, is currently in my possession.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was giving it to them for some reason.
Highly competitive deal. We share the same goal for the moment, stopping the impending disaster from playing out.
I need some time to think about it.
How about this? If you still have misgivings about our upcoming cooperation, then why don't you bring Lycon along with you? He's got the support of the mayor's office behind him, and his presence alone is enough to keep me in check. That would put you more at ease, right? Of course, you're welcome to bring some other friends along, provided they aren't from public security or HSO.
Well, if you're willing to let my friends come along, then you've got a deal.
Great. It's a deal. By the way, Proxy, this is for you.
Yeah. Art, okay. Collectible.
Consider it a souvenir commemorating our first time working together.
For now, we'll carefully look through the contents of that notebook. I'll contact you if anything comes up.
And now I'm him. Something about a man wearing a scarf is so European. I don't know. Actually, is it even a scarf? It's like a tie that turns into it. No, never mind. The tie and the scarf are just like the same color, but it is a scarf. I don't know. American men don't wear scarves, it feels like. Because if you cover your face from the cold, that's gay. Alright, a well-dressed man. You're in a suit. Hartman's the guy who we were bidding against, right? The Ravensthorpe, Ravenswatch, Ravensheart, I don't know. The Raven. Ravenlock. Having an organization called Tops is really funny to me. What's next? Bottoms.
How about it? Will you work with me?
Not bad. Let me be honest with you. I have the sacrifice core that you're after. I am Mockingbird.
So
bold to admit that.
I never thought you'd be so bold as to come see me alone.
Relax, my friend. As you know, if I can sneak into such a heavily guarded auction, then naturally, I can just as easily slip away right now. I'm here with the sincere intention to seek cooperation. I can give you that sacrifice core.
And what do you want in return?
Wealth, glory, power. The things everyone else in the world wants, I want them too. And I'm confident that as the current heir to the Ravenlock family, those are all things you can give me.
Then you've certainly come to the right place. My family is working on a big project. If things come to fruition, Ravenlock's status in Tops will significantly improve. At which point, I'll be sure to leave a spot for you. Naturally, as an outsider, you're precluded from handling any of our core business. But profits from the scraps alone will be enough to set you up for life.
Mr. Hartman, I think you've misunderstood me. I have no intention of joining the Ravenlock family. In fact, I have an art gallery under my name that does pretty well for itself. I was hoping you could recommend me for Tops.
You want to join Tops? That's easier said than done. Even for a family like ours, it would still require significant effort and...
Just answer me yes or no. I don't think either of us can afford to waste time.
I understand. Yes, you have my word. But in exchange, you'll have to give me the sacrifice core first.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't. I've already hidden it somewhere safe, a place nobody else but me knows. You don't want to put all your chips on the table when dealing with Tops.
Can't trust those damn Tops.
Too well.
Then that means I also need to keep an eye out when working with the infamous Mockingbird, right?
Mr. Hartman, I should remind you that I stand before you undisguised. Coming from a phantom thief who's never publicly revealed his identity, shouldn't that be sufficient assurance? If I betray you, then you merely need to lift a finger to wipe me from the face of this world.
You do make a valid point there. In that case, you have a deal.
I appreciate your trust.
Why don't we celebrate our new partnership with a toast?
I always worry about shit like this. Like, when am I going to be in a situation someday where someone wants to, like, do a... what's the term I'm looking for?
Undertaking anything important is a family...
Like, assigning meaning where there isn't meaning. Like a symbolic toast.
Outsider, it's a
And I have to be like, hey, I don't drink, so can I have some apple juice or some water? And then I'll toast you.
Shouldn't all your companions agree to this deal first?
You don't have to worry about that. I'll make sure she agrees. Otherwise, I'll get rid of her too.
Seems you'll do whatever it takes to get things done. Great things lie ahead for someone like you. All right, let's leave it at that for today.
Are some of the groups only going to have two of them? Because Astra and Evelyn are a twosome. And then these vamps might be a twosome.
That's him! He's the one who killed Serena!
She was the only one who was ever any good to him, right? That's how he repays her?
That's why they say once a mongrel, always a mongrel. Just look into his eyes.
His eyes full of homophobia.
We have to punish him! Serena had been ranking ahead of him. Hugo must have poisoned her water so he could pass her.
Pure evil. Typical for an impure bloodline. He should have been kicked out ages ago.
Hugo, did you do all this?
Yes, it was me. I killed her.
He admitted it! Father, he must be expelled. He has no right to live under the same roof as us.
Why don't we reunite him with Serena then? Nobody would ever know.
Hugo, well done. My children, how many times have I told you before? In this world, only the most ruthless, cruel, and unscrupulous of people ever make it to the top. Like Hugo here, who was willing to murder his only true loved one without a second thought. Only someone with the means and the gumption to do that is qualified to be my heir.
But I...
It's all over now, and the results are obvious. The winner of this month's assessment is Hugo. As for the rest of you, Go to the usual place for the punishment you deserve.
Father! Before this, I was number one.
As I've told you before, there's only room for one winner in this family. You're still a loser, even if it's by the smallest margin. And there's no reason for a loser to exist.
Damn.
This is all for your own good. Do you understand? Go on now. Receive your punishment for the sake of the family.
Yes, I understand. I'm sorry.
That really brought up some unpleasant memories. It won't be long. Soon, it'll all be over.
Ah, yes, the chosen faith in, right? She's gonna nut when she actually realizes it's us.
You're a child that only brings misfortune. People have been saying that about me for a long time. Why do I only predict suffering?
Is that skyline new?
If I could predict happy things,
Maybe I was used to the thing being here for the event. That's a nice skyline.
people like me a little more. Maybe fate truly is set in stone. Often, I want to help these people avoid their miserable fates. For a time, I even thought that I was successful, that I could change people's destiny. But it was all an illusion. In the end, I couldn't do anything at all. So, I was really happy when you said that my abilities weren't a curse, but a gift. Thank you, Proxy. I'm so glad to have met you.
I'm glad we can be friends and brighten up your day a little bit.
Nathan, it's like we were fated to meet. I don't know why, but I feel completely at ease when I'm by your side. I feel like I'm free from judgment.
Yeah, that's the harem disease eating away at your brain.
Like, I don't need to worry about anything, and can just be my own true self. Perhaps people really do possess an aura, and ours just so happen to be extremely compatible.
I mean, there's pheromones.
By the way, you asked me before about Hugo. I don't really know much about him. He rarely ever talks about his past. But judging from his eye colors, you can guess he's probably the bastard son of a renowned family.
Is that what that means?
His mother was very worried about his different colored eyes.
Do bastards just get one eye color from each parent?
And his family offered a huge
Does the holy sanctity of marriage ensure matching eye colors?
He moved from a leaky and drafty boarding room to a luxurious mansion. But he's also mentioned that the extravagant home is actually like hell for him. I think it's probably because the family treats him terribly. I digress. He ran away and ended up meeting Lycon and his master. After that, they formed Mockingbird together and experienced a rare period of happiness. Until Lycon's betrayal.
So, what's your take on Hugo?
I imagine I would still be wandering around now if I had never met him. To me, Hugo is just like an older brother. I've always felt as though he's carrying some heavy burden with him. But that's a secret he's kept to himself. Something he'll never tell me. Sometimes when I look into his eyes, I can feel that he's really struggling with something. Even though he may say some extreme things, Hugo really isn't a bad person. I think one day he'll tell me a secret. Until then, I just have to
What secret?
wait and trust him.
His abusive backstory? I guess? Alright, yeah, we still got like one chunk of this left, maybe? We still gotta end up with some new boss.
It appears we're the first to arrive. I thought we were running late. This might sound weird, but it's nice to think about getting to work with you from now on. I don't really know why that makes me feel so happy. Oh, it's because we're fellow fans! Anyone who likes Lord Phaethon can't be a bad guy.
You're right.
Of course, Lord Phaethon is the greatest there will ever be, but you're definitely the best proxy I've ever met in person.
Why is she so horny for Phaethon?
Before that, you're really skilled. And he said we'd get along great. I never expected he'd be so right. Oh, by the way, would you like to come by my place if you have
Hi, Wesley.
time later? I have a huge collection of Lord Phaethon merch.
Phaethon, Lord Phaethon doesn't have any merch out there, right? I mean, we don't...
The harem brainworms, yeah.
For starters.
It's all my own original merch.
Toxoplasmosis anime edition.
Not comments. I print them out and turn them into postcards. Plus the avatars Lord Phaethon's used, the music playlists they recommend. I've organized it all. I'd love to show it all to you if we get the chance.
Well, I appreciate the thought.
Speaking of which, what's taking those two so long? Hugo said he had some preparations to do before entering the Hollow. I wonder how that's coming along.
I feel like vampires and chocolate is a thing I've heard before. I've definitely heard vampires and coffee in Tokyo Ghoul. By the way, I thought it was pretty cool that Ken ended up in Dead by Daylight. That's really just becoming horror Smash Bros. I mean, it has been for a while now, but neat to see like an anime rep in there. Although it also feels a little bit weird because, like, I don't know, he's not really just like a fucking killer, is he? It's not like he's Eren Yeager or something.
This is getting to be more than just a coincidence, don't you think? Or perhaps you are actually stalking me.
If I was stalking you, you wouldn't ever know.
Overconfident as always. You haven't changed at all.
We just make it a habit to check the state of our weapons prior to combat.
Thanks for that little reminder. I almost forgot.
I didn't expect you to let me join.
What else could I do? Master Proxy would have insisted on having you join us. I never expected for us to have a chance to enjoy some pleasant conversation like this, without our weapons drawn, that is. It really has been too long. I still remember when we first established Mockingbird.
Indeed. That was a long time ago. Thankfully, Jack went in peace.
He must have known about his condition for some time. He even left us with instructions.
Well, I guess we're not playing as Jack. Unless he faked his death.
Peacefully in your sleep is the most natural way to go. I'm happy for him. By the way, Lycon, have you given it any thought yet?
You mean about our guild for Phantom Thieves?
Yeah. It's time for us to build an organization of our own. Jack always supported the idea, didn't he?
I don't have any objections. But what should we call it then?
How about Mockingbird? It's a bird known for mimicking the calls of others to blend in. The same way we don high society roles for ourselves when we're out on a mission. Oh, oops. I nearly forgot. You're a terrible actor, and you're always flubbing your lines. I guess we can rule out that name, then.
No, call it Mockingbird. We're always just putting on an act, aren't we? I won't slip up on our next mission. Besides, we still ran missions together even when we didn't have a name.
Full offense against Hugo, I would commit crimes against him. Damn.
No. It does make a difference, Lycon. And I don't just want a name.
Cass does not like a foppish man.
I want Mockingbird to become a symbol. Like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads.
Also, what? Because he bullied Lycon slightly, now you're just like, kill him.
Whenever they hear the name. Just like Jack used to say, this world isn't fair. So that's why we have to influence it however we can. And change things in our
both reasons.
But on the basis of not causing harm to other people's lives. That's also what Jack used to say. You remember, don't you?
Of course I remember. All right. I promise.
That sounded pretty forced. Don't forget, things don't end well for people who break their oaths.
I'm good for my word. You must trust your fellow companions. That's also something Jack would say. Well then, today's the day that Mockingbird will officially start flying. Our first order of business, deciding on our symbol.
Looks like we're all here. Hugo, you're late again.
Yeah, Anby's here because they just had to throw her in. I mean, the connection here has got to be that the Exaltists are the people trying to, like, revive Silver Squad. Or use the technology or whatever. They haven't really got into that, but that's the only explanation that makes sense.
I didn't expect the coordinates in Bringer's notes to lead here.
Oh, are you familiar with this place?
More familiar than you, it seems.
Christ. I They're being too noisy. Can I take action?
These guys do not want to get grouped up.
I don't enjoy obstacles in my path. Can we not?
The generator room should be nearby.
Just can we not?
Over here. Master Proxy, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's something wrong with the circuit. It seems to be blocked.
Don't tell me. Victoria Housekeeping's high and mighty attendants can't even fix a simple circuit.
I can fix it, but I'll need a circuit diagram before I can do anything. I've seen diagrams for this type of circuit before. It's a pity that we're unable to connect to the outside world from inside the hollow.
Just leave that problem to me.
Wise, I just sent an image of a circuit diagram to you. Have a look.
Thank you very much, Master Proxy. Now then, let's start repairing this circuit.
That didn't need to be a story beat. They're just looking for ways to pad the shit out at this point.
The circuit is fixed. We should now be able to open that door.
Wait up. Wait a second. Something just doesn't add up. It's all coming together now. Communicating with the outside world from within a hollow. And getting that circuit diagram. In theory, there's only one person who could ever do that. Could it be your Lord Phaethon?
I told you.
There's no way. But then again, only Phaethon could have done that. I mean, you're an incredible proxy, sure. And you're a good person. But could you really be Lord Phaethon?
That's me. I'm Phaethon. Sorry, I just never had the opportunity to tell you.
No, actually, I did tell you.
Lord Phaethon! I've been your biggest fan for years now! Goodness me, Lord Phaethon was right in front of me all along, and I had no idea. This is like a dream. Could you... I mean, if you're willing, could you please give me an autograph and a group photo and...
Anything you want, but let's get out of the hollow first, all right?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Guess I got a little too excited.
Anyone would be enraptured meeting someone they admire that much.
Yeah, if I ever met my favorite movie director, I'd be the same.
We should keep moving. This isn't the best place for idle chit-chat.
The door's finally open.
Would you like...
In position.
The proxy is Phaethon. Phaethon is the proxy. If this is a dream, I never went to wake up.
The fissure over
Anby feels so weird to play. Silver Anby, I feel like you just do her shit forever, and then nothing. You like don't ever do anything with the other characters. The energy regen is like really bad or something.
Lycon, your fighting style wasn't so reserved in the past.
Wide open.
Oh my god. Fucking AoE them, you dingus.
You call this mature? You're just being pretentious.
An opportunity.
Stay safe.
A difficult foe, that one. Let us leave this place at once. Ensuring Master Proxy's safety is our highest priority.
They are just bouncing on it tonight.
I won't let anything happen to you, Lord Phaethon. Off Lord Phaethon, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Do you need a break? Some food? Water?
I'm a little eepy and a little hungry.
Thank you for your concern. I'm fine.
Master, a complex mechanism has been detected ahead. To pass through, you need to activate all 3 smaller mechanisms. Suggestion: split up and handle them simultaneously to save time.
So, we have to head to 3 different places to crack this thing.
Huh? We're splitting into 3 groups? In that case, I'll protect you, Master Proxy!
I can take care of one myself.
That leaves the last one to me, then.
You should go with Hugo.
What's that supposed to mean? We get along just fine, don't we, Miss Cunninghair?
I don't know what's going on with you two, but you've been bickering the whole time. It's annoying. This is a good chance for you guys to build some rapport.
Anby's got a point. Hugo, just go with Lycon.
You just want to be alone with your Lord Phaethon, don't you, Vivian?
Huh? That's not it!
Alright, sounds like a plan. It's all decided then.
If Master Proxy says so, then sure. But, Lycon, you better not slow me down.
You fucking yaoi ex-boyfriends need to just shut up and get shit done. Like, damn, kiss or fuck already or something. And you know they were kissing and fucking.
Lord Phaethon, there are too many ethereals here.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can read. This is one of those fill all the tile things.
Sure enough, Lord Phaethon and I share a deeper connection. Sorry. I hope I'm not being too forward. Goodness me. Somehow I'm fighting alongside Lord Phaethon. It's like all my dreams are coming true. I'm going to wake up any second now, aren't I?
No.
She's such a gooner about it too, which is really funny.
You can even hold my hand.
Not only is Lord Phaethon incredible, but super kind. That's it. I pledge to be a die-hard Lord Phaethon fan until my very last breath.
I'm happy to hear that. Don't get me wrong, but why do you like Phaethon so much, Vivian?
Lord Phaethon is my light. The one who saved me in my darkest and most desperate times. Like a deity who rescued me. You probably don't remember, but you really did save me that day. Wow, it's so embarrassing embarrassing to say all this in front of you. Sorry. I hope I'm not bothering you too much.
No, you're not a bother at all. Thank you for your loyal support.
I should be the one thanking you. Just being able to see Lord Phaethon makes me the luckiest person in the whole world. Sorry to keep babbling like this. I wonder how the others are doing. I'm sure Anby will be able to manage. She's great at this kind of stuff. But as for Hugo and Lycon, let's just hope they don't get into a fight with each other. Light 'em up.
Normal Anby gameplay. All I do is play as her anyway. This is no different, having no companions.
Mind the blind spots.
Which, maybe that's kind of the point. And that's why she, like, pairs with Trigger. Because Trigger doesn't need to do anything. You just set her up with Trigger and then, like, go bananas. We're doing that with Pulchra too, to a lesser degree. That really seems like the kind of the point of the supports in this patch is to introduce them as an off-field thing.
So, we have to cooperate to solve this problem.
That's a real shame.
I have no intention of
Which is kind of annoying, because that's going to power creep, I'm sure.
She and Miss Vivian are elsewhere, and we must rendezvous with them post-haste.
What a coincidence. That's exactly what I was thinking. Just this once, we should trust each other. For the proxy.
I have no objections.
Very well. Then you'd better keep your word. I know you've never fully trusted me, Lycon, even before it all fell apart.
Except for when he trusted you with his body.
You wanted to speak to me alone?
Ah, there's Jack. Yeah, he's too plain to be a Jack the Ripper guy.
But you can't tell him what I'm about to tell you.
Did something happen with him?
Hugo is an intelligent and gifted child. He learns everything I teach with ease. In time, he'll grow beyond me. Reach a place where people will marvel and look up to him as a beacon.
Yeah. As much as I hate to admit it, he always picks things up just a teeny bit quicker than me. But none of that matters, because I can overpower him easy.
I don't think being gifted is a good thing for him.
What do you mean?
He bears a dark and painful past. What he was taught, the hatred he was faced with, everything he picked up. It's all become an integral, inseparable part of him. I believe that beautiful flowers can blossom even in the darkest abyss. But the roots of that flower would draw from evil instead of good. Hatred instead of love. It's a curse that flows through his lineage. A curse that fate branded him with. I've seen far too many people like that throughout this long life of mine. They struggle with this curse their whole lives. But they all end up failing in the end. The path of light is narrow and fleeting. And the darkness is filled with such temptation that dropping your guard for even just a moment can send you spiraling straight into the abyss.
Do you mean Hugo's going to be a bad guy?
I don't know. I hope he'll always stay true to his heart. That he won't give in to hatred and ambition. That he won't become the dragon that must be slain. But he has inherited the seed of evil. You cannot let it take root. I'm afraid I won't be there to help you. There's not much life left in this old body of mine. So then, Lycon, promise me now. You must hold his chain tight. To restrain him. To stop him. And when necessary, to choke him.
You've become slow. Or maybe...
Choke me like you hate me.
Against me this whole time. And that's what's slowing you down. Looks like I was right. Lycon. I hope you're aware that the one who betrayed Mockingbird and went to work for the Mayflowers was you. Not me. I would never betray my companion.
I don't wish to repeat myself, but you should not break our oath.
That's the path I've chosen, and I'm going to stick to it.
But you know that path will lead you the wrong way.
Who are you to lecture me about right and wrong?
I believe any path that makes you feel pain must be the wrong one.
Your disgusting sympathies make me sick, Lycon. There's only ever been one person who can kill me or save me, and that is me.
This whole quest really feels like they wanted Hugo and Vivian to be playable, but they aren't yet. And I don't know if that's because maybe the banner shit changed around, or like they're not quite done yet, or what. I mean, from leaks, the characters seem to be done ages before they're on banner, but who knows how long fine-tuning takes.
That was loud. What's happening up ahead?
Hold on, everyone. I'll go check it out.
It's probably multiple ethereals attacking. Just in case, I'll go with you.
Vivian, you should go with them too. Keep an eye on Lycon, will you? I'm worried he might sell us out to the mayor when he gets the chance.
I'd never do that. But if Miss Vivian wishes to join us, she's more than welcome.
Okay, then I'll go with you.
Why do you look so nervous?
I've spent so much time by your side already. I need to get away from Lord Phaethon for a little bit, or I might die from this overwhelming happiness.
If that's the case, Miss Vivian, feel free to come along with me.
Okay. All right.
So, how does it feel to be worshipped, Lord Phaethon?
You had that figured out a while ago, didn't you?
Sharp as always. But of course, I couldn't spoil it for her. She has to figure it out on her own. That's what makes it special.
Not only that, you asked Lycon and Vivian to leave for some reason. Is there something you'd like to say to me?
I can't keep anything from you, can I? I've always treated Vivian like my own little sister. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but she looks a lot like Serena. I think I mentioned it before. Serena was my half-sister. She passed away a long time ago. Vivian really likes you, whether you're Phaethon or just wise. Of course, I also have a lot of respect for someone like you. Strong, fair, and genuinely kind.
This is like one of the most dating simmy images they've had in this.
Please.
I feel like we're at the end of his route and we're gonna kiss and make out now.
Hang on. What's that supposed to mean?
Think of it as the last bit of conscience I have left. A kid as pure as her. She should stay alongside someone who walks in the light.
I think they are both just normally aged as well. The vampire thing is purely like an appearance.
One day we'll go our separate ways.
They're not even like super old.
Your beliefs? What do you mean exactly?
You probably heard from Lycon. We swore an oath when we started Mockingbird. We swore to use our own hands to right the wrongs in this world. but never under any circumstances would we take another human life. I stayed true to my words. Until my father, the man I hated, stood right before me. I could have ended his life easily, but I hesitated. I remembered that damned oath and their repeated attempts to convince me I didn't do it. Because of that, innocent people died. All because of him. If I'd killed him first, then none of those tragedies would have happened. People like him don't deserve to live. After that, I realized sometimes taking one life really can save countless others.
I understand where you're coming from.
I knew you'd understand. Vivian has a good heart. I don't want her to get her hands dirty. But you know how it is. In this world, someone has to be the bad guy. So, I want to apologize to you.
Why am I getting thrown under the bus?
Why apologize all of a sudden?
You're incredibly strong, kind, capable, and really, really lucky. The world needs more people like you. Remember that revenge movie I told you about, Children of Devils? I still haven't found it, but I came across another videotape with the same name. Turns out, in that story, the children of devils are actually the children of gods. Sorry for rambling. Hope you don't mind. They should be back soon. Please, look after Vivian for me.
What is this? It looks like a cocoon.
Careful, everyone. If I'm not mistaken, that's a sacrifice in there.
It appears to be in hibernation. We don't know when it'll wake up.
If it does wake up, we'll be in serious trouble.
Wait, those spots Bringer marked in his notebook. Are you saying each one might have a sacrifice like this? That means there must be at least a dozen of them.
Which is what? People that they've just like forcibly turned into ethereals?
Sacrifices may still be hibernating, but the fact that there are so many of them out there is terrifying. The Exaltists must have a way to revive them. And that's not all. These sacrifices can exist outside the Hollows. If they make their way into populated areas,
I'm afraid it will lead to a catastrophic disaster likened to the fall of the old capital. That's almost certainly what they meant by vengeance against all New Eridu.
Let's find a way to get rid of these sacrifices. We can't let the Exaltists have them.
Thank you for helping me find this sacrifice.
He sounds a little bit Trumpy. I'm hearing that, doesn't he? Thank you for helping me find the sacrifice. It's very bigly. Both FA.
I advise you to choose your words wisely, young lady.
It's like a nasally kind of thing, I guess.
From the Ravenlock family. So it was you.
That face. Oh, I know you. I heard about what happened to your friend. Truly unfortunate. If only she'd been smarter.
It seems your goal was this sacrifice all along. You've been tailing us, haven't you? Keeping your distance so that I wouldn't notice.
As expected of a wolf Thyran, you are very perceptive. That's right. All thanks to your ex-partner, we were able to carry out our plan smoothly.
My ex-partner?
I'm not exactly happy being called that. but what he said is true.
Yeah, why are you handing the weapon over to him?
Wait, Hugo, what do you mean?
I made a deal with Mr. Hartman in advance. So, would you kindly step aside and let us have this sacrifice? Of course, you can choose to refuse, but if you do, then I'll have to take coercive measures.
What did you offer him?
Everything we know about the sacrifices plus the core itself.
But why?
It's simple. I want to climb higher. Mr. Hartman offered me a chance to join Tops. Who could say no to that?
No. Impossible. You promised to help me investigate the Exaltists. You told me the whole point of Mockingbird was to do anything it takes to bring a little justice to this world. Was all of that just a lie?
You're just too gullible, Vivian. I also told you, everybody lies. To hide their true intentions, people lie so smoothly, they don't even bat an eye.
But surely he's double-crossing
Show
Hartman, right?
backstabbing. Bravo! I've got no interest in your little feud. But would you all be so kind as to step aside? My men still have some delicate handiwork to do. To extract that sacrifice behind you.
Over my dead body.
Dead body, you say? New reason I want to fight Hugo. His voice is like a highly pitched Silas from Love and Deep Space.
A perfect combo.
Do you not like Silas? Also, which one is Silas?
Stay calm now. Take this.
Silas is my favorite. This man is an uglier version. Ah, so he's like diluting the experience of Silas for you. The red eyes. Whitish hair. Is he the one that has like the dragon tail in that one version of him? He's that kind of mean and dommy. Yeah, okay.
Oh, you guys are such a pain. Hugo, stop standing around. Time for you to act. We had a deal. Give me the sacrifice core now.
Yeah, they both have that, like, posh,
I don't remember.
like, looking down on you kind of thing.
Imagine this is your favorite kind of entertainment. Watching allies betray each other, suspicion festering until it all turns to bitter hatred. Seeing people tear each other apart like wild beasts, just like your decaying family.
Silas can look down on me, he's hot. I do agree that Silas is hotter than Hugo, for sure. I would do Silas.
Supposed to mean?
I am loving the look on your face right now.
This man I'd shove into a locker and never open it again.
Succeeded. I'm here.
I don't know, two guys in the locker room, kind of hot, inherently.
It was real. Let this pain sink in.
So if I shoved him into a locker, I might have to open it again and do him.
For what you did to me back then.
Also, I don't know. The idea of, like, topping,
I have no
like,
idea what you're talking about.
how do I phrase this? Like,
Recognize me. Let me give you a little hint.
A holier than, like, topping a guy who thinks he's better than you would, like, be cool.
That's impossible. You're part of our family?
I may be an illegitimate child, but I have the same blood flowing in my veins as you.
I know you. You're that bastard of his. Damn it. I could have sworn you were already.
My dear uncle, you were never worthy of your position. You have no claim to the Ravenlock lineage. You may have killed all of my father's other children, but sorry to disappoint. I'm still alive.
This is good though right now. This is like some Lion King Hamlet shit.
Family.
You're a bastard.
But like in reverse, the nephew is fucking the uncle.
That's not for you to decide. Master Edmund is very supportive of my claim.
Edmund? That's impossible. You weaseled your way into Top's inner circle?
Master Edmund doesn't care who.
And then he was like, "Oh, ha ha ha! I know Tops."
Happily let me take over the Ravenlock family, as long as I'm more competent than you.
This can't be! You don't know the family's real secret!
I know a lot more than you think, including everything that you've done. Just give up. You never even stood a chance.
Damn it.
This was all fake, right? You were just putting on an act to fool this old man, right? I actually fell for it. Don't do that again. At least give us a heads up next time.
Vivian, everything I did was to rightfully inherit the Ravenlock family. That part is true. Now, I'm going to kill this man who stole what was never his. I'll make sure he can never be a threat again.
You can't kill him. We still need information from him on the sacrifices and the Exaltists.
You must be misunderstanding something, Lycon. Just like you chose the mayor, I chose Tops. At least for now, Tops has the same interests.
Gotta choose Tops.
I'm not going to harm my own self-interests. Be it intel on the sacrifices or the core itself. I'm handing everything over to Master Edmund.
Why?
I just want to take back what's mine. If fate is not willing to give me justice, then I'll just have to seize it with my own hands. Stealing, robbing, lying, or betraying. I'll do whatever it takes.
Even if it means selling your soul to the devil? You know about the power struggle between Tops and City Hall. Those elites at Tops would be only too happy to see the Exaltists plotting a grand attack on New Eridu using sacrifices.
That would severely harm the Mayflower's reputation and approval rating in New Eridu.
And who is the Mayflowers? Because they've mentioned them a bunch of times.
Tops wants to see.
If that happens, countless people will die.
I need one of those Final Fantasy 16,
but
like,
I have to do this.
Appendix, look it up
Going
thingies.
To get everything Master Edmund wants. Inherit the Ravenlock name, climb to the top. And then I'll be able to change everything for good. For a permanent and absolute victory. We must endure the pain of cutting away rotten flesh. And persevere through the darkest hour before dawn. Someone has to do it.
Hugo, it's not too late for you to stop. You can still walk away from this.
This is the path I've chosen. Without power, resources, or strength, we can't do anything. Mockingbird is the perfect example. All the talk about using our power to tip the scales of justice and hover over them like the sword of Damocles. It's just a delusion. In their eyes, we're nothing but annoying gnats. Mockingbird has never really changed anything or saved anyone. Never in the past, not now, and never will in the future. None of it matters.
I understand your feelings, but don't be consumed by it.
Sorry, Proxy. I know what you're trying to say. But this isn't some children's story of a dragon slayer becoming an evil dragon. Sometimes, to slay the dragon, you must first become one. With sharp claws, rending fangs, and strength enough to destroy anything. So I will bloody my hands. I will carry the weight of my sins. I will become the abyss.
Round 2, I guess. How dare you dodge me?
Stand still.
Focus up.
Not bad.
Take this. Not bad. Stay calm now.
All right, you got me. But too bad. I have my own methods.
What are you doing?
Well then, make your choice.
How dare.
Or your precious faith in. I know you took it. Don't forget, I'm the one who taught you that.
Okay, the core is yours. Just leave Lord Phaethon alone.
What a shame. Did you really think I'd keep my promise? That's right. This is the real me. What's the matter? Thinking of killing me? Didn't you say all life is precious? Drop your foolish facade.
I knew it. You...
He has inherited the seed of evil. Do not let it take root. When the time comes, you must be the one.
And Uncle Fucko's gonna get the gem.
If you've got the guts, do it, traitor.
Damn. Damn.
Master Proxy, are you okay? Are you hurt?
Don't worry. I'm fine. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this.
Lord Vathan, I'm sorry. I had no idea Hugo would do that to you. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. No matter what, this isn't your fault, Vivian.
If only I'd noticed sooner. I should have realized earlier. Hugo, he...
That's a hollow down there. If you need, I can arrange for someone to go in and search for his body.
That isn't necessary.
Aren't we also in a hollow now?
Frank, I thought you'd hate him for his betrayal, Miss Vivian.
I do hate that he's keeping things from me, but all these years, Hugo's been like family to me. I believe he's still with us.
I feel the same. It's possible he's still alive.
I'm terribly sorry, but I must tell you, it is impossible for Hugo to be alive. My hand went through his heart.
Sorry to interrupt everyone, but...
And yet, somehow, he's still alive.
Probably slipped away during all the chaos.
I'm sorry, I was so focused on Master Proxy's safety, I wasn't paying attention to him.
Same, but it doesn't matter. We all know what he did, and he will pay for what he did today.
Yes. I'll be reporting all of this to the mayor. He's not getting away with this. Well then, now that it's all over, let's head back.
But boss fight, right?
Another obstacle out of the way.
Who are you? Are you the
Going to be
blueprint for Anby?
May the creator guide us.
Or another clone, if you're talking about creators?
Fear. Suffering.
What are we looking at there?
Despair. And
I guess Hugo falling with wings.
that's the future I see. Lord Vathan.
Someone with wings. That was the end, huh? They added a new boss to like the... I don't even remember where I saw it. The weeklies or something? So I assumed it would be in here too, but maybe not. Maybe it's just for that. Or it shows up in the follow-up, whatever is coming next. And that's the season 1 epilogue, apparently. Whether that's arbitrary or not, I can't really say. Why is this still yellow? Shouldn't be. We did everything in here. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe yellow just means it's like interactable, but here on the workbench it means there's like new shit to look at. Clearly I've added some new ethereals and boss variants and stuff, if I haven't even unlocked everything in here. And main quest is just back to chillin'. So yeah, I guess that's it for the new stuff right now. I could try time skipping real quick just to make sure that nothing new pops up. Because the rest of that is just side questy things. All right, I guess we'll call it here for tonight then. Interested to see what comes next. And I think we'll just raw dog stream tonight. I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody. I'm just gonna get crawling off to bed here in a minute, but I'll probably be back tomorrow doing something. Maybe Monster Hunter, maybe other stuff. I don't know. I'm just, I guess, in a phase where I'm streaming more currently because there's a lot of stuff I want to play. Anyways, thanks for hanging, and I will see you guys soon. Bye-bye.